हेलो गाइस, मेरा नाम दी ओल्ड ब्रैट और आप सबका मेरे चैनल पर बहुत बहुत स्वागत है गाइस। तो फाइनली हम लोग खेलने जा रहे हैं द मर्डर ऑन ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस। जो कि ये गेम है ना, डिटेक्टिव बेस्ड गेम है। तो मस्त होने वाला है। बहुत सी चीज़ें को सॉल्व करना है, बहुत सी चीज़ों को ढूंढना है। तो देखते हैं कैसा चलने वाला अपना ये गेम। कंटिन्यू करते हैं। ऑन जून 5th 1883, तो 1883 की कहानी है। एट 7:30 PM द फर्स्ट डिपार्चर ऑफ द ट्रेन। पहली बार ये ट्रेन डिपार्च हो रही है गाइस। ऑलरेडी कॉल्ड द ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस took place. Okay, according to the some sources, these passengers were all men, each of whom had been warned to carry a firearm as a precaution. तो एक ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस जो ट्रेन है वो पहली बार चलेगी 5 जून को 1883 में, जो कि टाइमिंग है 7:30 PM, यानी रात का टाइम है। ओ भाई साहब, कोई नहीं। तो ये हमारी ट्रेन है, इस्तांबुल ट्रेन स्टेशन से है, दिसंबर 15। ओके, सबसे पहली बार तब चली थी, अब ये सिचुएशन है।
You are in luck, Poirot. Of course, no journey on this train is ever ordinary, but this is a special occasion. To celebrate the 140 years of the Orient Express, the engine will be none other than the splendid Pacific 231G558. There she is, Poirot. The most celebrated train in history. Oh, my eyes fill with tears of pride. It is time we were aboard, my friend. Follow me.
Follow me.
Wagon-lit conductor Pierre Michel will direct you to your compartment.
Okay.
Lead the way, book.
Lead the way, book.
It was built in France in 1922 by the Compagnie Batignolles-Châtillon. At the time of its purchase by the SNCF in 1938, it could reach speeds up to 130 kilometers per hour. Wait until you see. It is like
traveling back in time.
Today, the train
Okay.
is limited to 100 kilometers per hour. I assure you, that will be more than fast enough to get you to Paris in time for your connection to London. In the meantime, you will bask in the magic that is the Orient Express.
Bask in the magic, it is an Orient Express.
Good evening, monsieur. Your compartment is number 202. However, I am afraid that all the others are already full.
Full? But how can that be?
It is incredible, monsieur. All the world elects to travel tonight.
All the same, you must find room for this gentleman here.
You must
I
find.
can exercise my powers of observation while they try to find me a bed.
He is a friend of mine. He can have number 201.
It is taken, monsieur.
What? Number 201?
Yes, monsieur.
Hey.
We are full everywhere.
तो ये जो बंदा है ना, ये डिटेक्टिव एक्चुअली और इंग्लैंड का है।
Very careful.
तो एज अ शर्लक होम्स की तरह ही काम कर रहा है बंदा। तो इसको क्या करना है ना, अभी इस ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस से जाना है लंदन। ठीक है, तो लंदन तो डायरेक्ट जाती नहीं है ट्रेन, ये जाएगी आपकी, क्या नाम है, पहले पेरिस जाएगी। ठीक, तो पेरिस से फिर ये जाएगी आपकी वहां पे, क्या कहते हैं, लंदन जाएगा। तो फिलहाल अभी इस ट्रेन में बैठने के लिए इसको वो नहीं मिल रहा है, क्या नाम है, प्लेस। तो ओके, ऑब्जर्व कर रहा है। वाह।
Why did you order so much lobster, Hotaru?
My dear Freya, I need it for my specialty on the second night. And if the lobster a la mori isn't fresh, the passengers will know.
We don't have enough space for my desserts. Tonight, molten chocolate cake. Tomorrow, my specialty.
That is not my concern. They will not have room for them anyway.
Serve your lobster tonight.
Chicken a la mori must be the first night dish for the travelers. It
For the
is
travelers.
easier to digest.
Ugh, you really are the egomaniac everyone says you are.
I have every reason to be. I am the engine. You are just the caboose.
Kabul. Okay. Let's take care of this guy.
Darling, we have to get aboard.
I know.
I have heard of the phobia of fear of flying, but fear of trains?
Now you're making fun of me.
Never mind. We'll board shortly, once our compartment is ready.
Okay, rich guy. पैसे वाला ये कहाँ छुपा हुआ भैया? ए छुपा रुस्तम.
Notice the young woman from the hotel. She again wishes to watch the old man with his little friend, but not to be seen herself.
ये अकेली है. एक मिनट. क्या है?
Notice the young woman from the hotel. She again wishes to watch the old man with his little friend, but not to be seen herself.
Okay. Old man with the friend. Okay. Okay. कई लोग हैं यहाँ पर सब देखा जाए.
Is everything aboard the train, Hector?
In your compartment, Mr. Ratchet. I'm having them disinfect the room again as you instructed. I also got a call from the Indians. The sale is going through as you expected.
There was never any doubt. No other phone calls, Hector? From Geneva or Venice?
No, sir. Who were you expecting?
Never you mind. Check our tickets. We're not going in until everything is confirmed.
The young man seems quite agreeable, but the older man is something quite different.
Okay. Suspicion on an old man.
Mary.
Not now. Not now. When it's all over, when it's behind us, then.
Okay, they are in a relationship, something like that. He is our captain. Oh, and that is a lady. That और वो लड़की वही है, बंदी वही है जिसका वो छूटा था. क्या नाम है? Earring.
Perhaps, but such a plague of passengers.
Okay, passenger discussion. So let's go check करते हैं ना passenger discussion में क्या क्या है. Young man fills what role is relation with the old man? His secretary, client. The younger man fills what roles? Secretary. Good. Secretary है. ठीक है. ये बंदा जो पीला वाला पीले ड्रेस में secretary है. Other passenger accommodation aboard. What is this woman afraid of? Taking the train, the other passenger accommodation of aboard. Taking the train. Good job. ये बंदी जो है ना ये ट्रेन में चढ़ने डरती है. How is this woman feeling? She's happy, she's surprised, she's worried. घबराई हुई है बंदी. बात तो सही है. Hello the white death, कैसे हो? या ब्लू स्टैक पे तुम्हारा वो चल रहा है बीजेएमआई की नहीं चल रहा है. Two chefs. What is their bone of contention? तो storage in refrigeration, cooking on a moving train, a small quarters. Yes. तो हमने सब कुछ सही कर दिया है. ठीक है. Who is this woman watching? इन दोनों को देख रही है. Well done. अभी तक सारा कंक्लूजन मेरा सही निकला है.
Right answer.
हेलो द वाइट डेथ, बताओ भाई ब्लू स्टैक पे चल रहा है कि नहीं? बहुत परेशान है. मेरे अकाउंट बैन कर दिया 3 दिन के लिए भाई. पता नहीं कहाँ है.
Poirot, we have a solution. A gentleman has not yet come.
An Englishman, a Monsieur Harris.
A name of good omen.
It is already time to leave. What do I care for Mr. Harris?
क्यों तुम्हारी आईडी क्यों चली गई? तुम्हारी आईडी को बैन तो दिखा रहा था, लेकिन वो बैन कैसे हुआ मुझे एग्जैक्टली बताओ जरा.
Only for the first night. It cannot be helped.
I will survive, mon ami.
Monsieur Book, we can't find enough space in the kitchen refrigerator to store all of my ingredients.
How is it possible?
His recipes are extravagant. We need to leave something on the platform.
If my lobsters don't go, I don't go.
And have the passengers of the Orient Express go hungry?
Never.
Must I intervene? The problem is unworthy of Poirot, but I do not intend to starve on the most luxurious train in the world.
Solve the staff problem. Okay, चला जाए staff problem को solve किया जाए. क्या दिक्कत है?
Thank you for coming to help us.
It is impossible to fit everything into the Gary's refrigerator. Obviously, my entree are more important than dessert.
If Mr. Mori delays his lobsters for a day or two, we can restock at another station.
Delay? You ask me to delay? Brea?
Calm yourself, my friend. I'm sure we can find a solution. Is that a diagram of the refrigerator? May I see it?
Yes, he refuses to look at it.
ओके, नेशनैलिटी अमेरिकन। हम गेम खेल रहे थे, आप ही बंद हो गया, पता नहीं। तो जाके तुम एक बार बात करो, एक बार जाके कंप्लेन करो वहां पे। जब जैसे ही ब्लू स्टैक का पेज खुलता है ना, तो जहां से लॉगिन करते हो फेसबुक से, ट्विटर से, एकदम उसी जगह राइट साइड में ऊपर आएगा हेल्प का ऑप्शन, वहां जाके एक बार कंप्लेन करो, अपने आप पता चल जाएगा प्रॉब्लम क्या है। अगर चीट नहीं लगाए होगे तो वो अपने आप खोल देंगे, क्योंकि मेरी अकाउंट खुद वो पहले 1 दिन के लिए बैन की है, तो मुझे नहीं समझ में आया क्यों बैन की है। ठीक है, फिर मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट किया, फिर 3 दिन के लिए बैन कर दिए, तो अभी भी मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा है वो क्यों बैन किए। मैंने पहली बार GFX2 लगाया था, बाद में नहीं लगाया। अब मैंने कंप्लेन किया BGMI को भी, अब ब्लू स्टैक में भी। देखो क्या रिप्लाई आता है, और मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा एकदम, क्या नाम है, बता भी नहीं रहे हैं कि क्यों बैन कर रहे हैं। भाई अगर ब्लू स्टैक में नहीं चलाना है तो एटलीस्ट बता तो दो। ओके, एनालाइज दिस कैरेक्टर टू लर्न मोर अबाउट हर। शी इज अमेरिकन, छोटे छोटे बाल हैं, एज 19, इतने भी छोटे तो नहीं है, 27, मिडवाइफ, पेस्ट्री शेफ। ओके, कंफर्म।
My little gray cells did not let me down.
वेल डन। तो ये लड़की अमेरिकन है, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, ये बंदी 27 साल की है, और ये इसका काम डेजर्ट शेफ है। ओके, तो ये जो सारे पीसेस है ना, पर्पल, सॉरी पिंक, ब्लू, ग्रीनिश में है, ये सब एक तरीके से फूड के समान है। ठीक है, तो इसे, इस बॉक्स जो वाइट रंग का बॉक्स है, इसमें हमको फिट करना है। तो आओ देखते हैं कैसे फिट करें। ओके, ये नहीं होगा, ये होगा क्या यहाँ पे? ठीक है, ये होगा क्या यहाँ पे? अच्छा, ये होगा यहाँ पे। ओके, ये यहाँ तो हो जाएगा। ओके, इसको ट्राई करते हैं। ओके, ना ये नहीं होगा, रुको, इसको यहाँ ट्राई करें क्या? ये तो फिट बैठ रहा है, अब ये घूम भी तो नहीं रहा है कमबख्त। ओके ओके ओके, काम तो किया। ना 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 ना, हाँ। ओके, एक मिनट, आराम से हो जाएगा। थोड़ा सा लगाना पड़ेगा दिमाग अपने को। और यहाँ पे फिट करना होगा। ये ऐसे ही जाएगा। ओके, ये रोटेट नहीं करेगा ना? ओके, रोटेट नहीं करेगा। ओके, इसको यहाँ रखा जाए। देखो, एक ये चीज यहाँ रख सकते हैं, कि ये रख सकते हैं। और अगर हम इसको यहाँ रखें, इसको यहाँ रखें, अब इसको यहाँ रखें। अब भाई साहब, ओ भाई साहब, हो गया, सब कुछ फिक्स हो गया।
Tomorrow night's dinner,
Mr. Poet.
I will reserve the finest lobster just for you.
I look forward to it, monsieur. And to the dessert, mademoiselle.
Hopefully, that will be the last mystery.
We see you face on our journey, dear.
Your compartment for tonight only is at the back of the second-class carriage, number 102. Tomorrow, you move to a private compartment.
Okay, तो find the compartment 102 चला जाए, और कल हमको ट्रांसफर किया जाएगा उसमें। क्या कहते हैं? ओके,
A moment to savor, to see the famous locomotive after so many years.
ये ट्रेन बहुत समय बाद चलने जा रही है क्या, ऐसा कुछ?
Sirkiji railway station is a splendid achievement. I believe it originally dates back to the 1870s. The first Orient Express left from here.
और क्या क्या चेक करने वाला है क्या भैया? देख लिए थोड़ा। इन मैडम से बात हो जाएगी क्या? मैडम जी नहीं बात करेंगी। ये मैडम जी बुढ़ऊ को देख रही है, हमको लगता है इसकी डॉटर है या कुछ तो है। ठीक है, बार बार पता है, ये जो मैम है, ये जो भी कह लो लेडी, ये जो लेडी यहाँ पे है, ये देख रही है इसको, क्या नाम है, इस ओल्ड मैन को। और हमको लग रहा है ये ओल्ड मैन वो है, ओल्ड मैन उसका फादर है या जो भी। और कोई तो ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है, हमको लग रहा है। एक बार देखते हैं क्या। ये लोग नहीं जा पा रहे, लोग खाली फोटो खींचने आए हैं ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस का। तो ये है हमारा लवली ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस।
My friend Book did not lie. His train is a beautiful machine.
Okay. Train is a beautiful machine, my friend. ये दरवाजा खुलेगा? नहीं खुलेगा। ये दरवाजा नहीं खुलेगा यार। हमको एकदम नहीं समझ में आ रहा। कोई आर्टिकल भी नहीं लिखे हैं बीजीएमआई वाले कि ब्लू स्टैक पे चलेगा नहीं चलेगा, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है।
Welcome, Monsieur Brown. I apologize for the delay.
Thank you, Monsieur Michel. I am delighted you could accommodate me.
अरे रुको भैया, अरे यार रुक जा भाई। खोल दो भाई, खोल दो। अरे वापस खोलो। अरे उतरना तरह भैया। ये तो हम उसमें आ गए जैसे लग रहा है, वंदे भारत में। गेट बंद हो गया तो बंद हो गया। हमको जाना है, ये बार एरिया है, ठीक है। जाना है 102 में, 102 में, 205।
Wrong compartment. I need to find number 102.
ओके, एक कौन है ओपन खुला छोड़ दी सर बाबा? 204 है।
These first class rooms are very spacious and luxurious.
This is a first class room, guys. खतरनाक। 203।
I need to find number. Pardon me?
Oh, my apologies.
हटबो तो नहीं।
Wrong compartment. I need to find number 102.
So this is a second class 102। ये 20।
Wrong compartment.
अरे यार, हम लगा कुछ इन्वेस्टिगेट करने कहेगा। चलो 102 में चला जाए। ये वॉशरूम चमचमाता हुआ वॉशरूम है भैया ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस का। चला हो गई। ये क्या है? 107 में बुढ़िया बैठी है।
This lady has a style of her own, eccentric but chic.
ठीक है। 106, 105, 104, 103। अपन को बैठना 102 में। रुको।
I can't believe it's a locomotive from the 1930s that is pulling us. Wrong compartment. I need to find number 102.
Excuse me, I think you made a mistake.
You are Mr. Harris?
No, my name is McQueen.
There is no other berth on the train, monsieur. All is arranged. Yours is the upper berth. We start in 1 minute.
The train's remarkably full.
En voiture!
The
Listen,
train is
sir, if you'd rather have the lower berth, easier and all that, well, that's all right by me.
No. You are too amiable. It is for one night only at Belgrade.
Oh, I see. You're getting out of Belgrade.
Not exactly.
ओ भाई तो हम लोग ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस से सफर तो करना स्टार्ट कर दिए गाइस। अब देखो कहां कहां जाते हैं हम ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस से। फाइनली हमारी गेम स्टार्ट हो गया।
Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. You may join the rest of the passengers in the dining car.
ओके डिनर बन चुका है भैया। डिनर तैयार हो गया है और हम लोग चल रहे हैं डिनर करने। ओके मीट वॉक ऑन अ रेस्टोरेंट कार्ट। तो जो बंदा है जो ये सब देख रेख कर रहा है, इस ट्रेन का मैनेजर कह सकते हो, उससे मिलने को बोल रहा है। ये बार है। हाँ? अरे 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 अभी कैसे स्टार्ट कर दिया भाई?
Excuse me, monsieur. Pierre asked me to inform you that a passenger left us, so his room is yours. Monsieur Bouc instructed that your things be transferred to room 202 during dinner. You will be more comfortable in first class.
It is true what you say. Thank you.
Mr. Fouché, monsieur.
ओके मेरा रूम हो गया है 202। ओके रेस्टोरेंट में जाने रहा बाबा। रेस्टोरेंट में चला जाए। रेस्टोरेंट लॉबस्टर मस्त मस्त खाना खाया जाएगा रे बाबा। ए बुढ़िया किल्ले है।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ओके ये असिस्टेंट ओल्ड मैन वो लड़की कहाँ है जो भाई हमारे कप्तान साहब हैं ब्रिटिश आर्मी के, और ये उनके साथ जो भी हैं बंदी रिलेशन में है। वो लड़की नहीं दिख रही है भाई जो नजर रखी थी। चलो कोई नहीं, मिलते हैं बतियाते हैं अपने भाई साहब से।
Please, my friend, join me. I have taken the liberty of ordering you your lobster.
Thank you. It appears our fellow passengers are all gathered here again tonight.
Ah. If I had but the pen of a Balzac, I would depict the scene.
Oh, it is an idea, that.
Ah, you agree. It has not been done, I think. And yet, it lends itself to romance, my friend. All around us are people of all classes, of all nationalities, of all ages. For 3 days, these people, these strangers to one another, are brought together. They sleep and eat under one roof. They cannot get away from each other. At the end of the journey, they part. They go their several ways, never perhaps to see each other again.
Certainly it interests us, inviting us to watch and wonder about their lives.
Ah, I know you, my friend. Even now, your mind, it is at work.
Let us test it. अरे कोई ना.
What do you make of those two?
Observe the passenger. कौन those two? है those two.
I was visiting my daughter. She works at the American Embassy in Istanbul. I told her she'd never find a husband there. Since I wanted to see Paris on my way home, she told me I should take this high-class train. I can't wait to see Paris. It looks beautiful in the movies, but it couldn't be more beautiful than Schenectady in the good old US of A. That's where I'm living now. And you, Miss Debenham, was it? Where do you hail from?
I was born in the UK.
Oh, that's in England, isn't it? What do you do for a living?
I teach English to children in other countries.
I see. Oh, I wish I spoke a foreign language. My daughter speaks several languages. Let me tell you about her work. It's very important.
So she is British, English teacher. 40, 23, 40 ठीक रहेगा.
That was easy.
That was
There is much
easy.
you can learn about someone just by observing them and listening. For example, that lady is reserved. She reveals little. She is self-contained. Some secret prompts her to allow her dinner companion to carry the conversation. I confess, in this case, what I witnessed in Istanbul suggests more, but I will respect her privacy.
You will always amaze me.
अरे मोटू कैसे है? अब किसको ऑब्जर्व करना है रे बाबा? हाय देखो इसे खुबा खा रहा है. हीरो क्या खा रही हो भैया?
Mia, you can feel the power of an engine. We climb into the mountains with ease. I know something about the power, and this baby has it in spades.
There's something special about a train. I'll give you that. I sell toys, and model trains are one of our biggest items. And not just for children either.
You sell model cars too?
Sure, but give me a train any day.
Oh, my friend. What do you have against the cars? Now I work at Fortuna in Italy as a spokesperson. We are producing the next generation of electric cars, the Fortuna Firenze. Like the city, it is a beauty.
Beautiful.
We have competitors looking over their shoulders so much, they're going to hit something.
Didn't mean to be insulting. It's just that there's something magical about a train.
Okay. इटालियन है. इसका एज तो भैया 35 साल होगा. कुछ ज्यादा झुर्री उर्री लग रहा है. ड्राइवर नहीं है, स्पोक्स पर्सन है. 35 साल होगा.
I'm right again.
Well
That
done.
happens to me a lot.
Haha.
The loud gentleman is very confident, a master of his own fate. It is as much in the inflection as it is in the words. He believes in winning, also that he is the one who will win.
You are a magician.
Oh, it is not a parlor trick, my friend. It is simply observation.
सिंपली ऑब्जर्वेशन ऑब्जर्व अरे डेजर्ट आ गया रे भैया हमारा डेजर्ट कैसा है डेजर्ट अरे भैया भैया मस्त है
My friend, this is one of the best desserts I have ever eaten.
You have always had the sweet tooth.
But it is a masterpiece. I can't understand how the dessert can be so good. I would love to know what the recipe is.
ओके रेसिपी पूछना है
I couldn't tell what flavor the ice cream is.
vanilla or lemon which is the flavor of the ice cream ये कैसे पता चलेगा रे बचुआ नेविगेट
It looks like lemon. Look at the zest.
Yes, I wasn't sure what that was. What is the red fruit?
Strawberry or raspberry? Raspberry.
It looks like a raspberry.
Raspberry.
You have a good eye, Poirot. The biscuit is the foundation of the dessert. All else is built upon it. What do you think?
What ingredient is the base made of? Crushed biscuit. ए इसे कैसे पता चलेगा रे भैया?
It looks like crushed biscuits, my friend.
Finely observed, indeed. Poirot, I am embarrassed to ask you a great favor.
My friend, I am on this train due to the great favor you have done me. How may I assist you?
This dessert is sublime. If only I had the recipe. Unfortunately, the pastry chef, Miss Nielsen, she will guard her secrets. But you, my friend, I am sure you could make her confess.
अरे
You
भैया
wish me
भैया
to persuade the pastry chef to give up her recipe.
You who are the expert at interrogation.
Book, it is a dessert.
It is the pinnacle of desserts. You, my friend, who, as you say, are on this train, I blush to remind you.
Fine, you win. Again, what wouldn't I do for you, my friend?
Oh, thank you, Poirot. Good luck.
चला जाए भैया रेसिपी पूछा जाए वो लड़की से मतलब शेफ से रेसिपी बता दे भैया हो भैया आजा
Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening, sir. How can I help you?
That was a magnificent dessert you served us tonight. I wanted to tell you personally how much both Monsieur Bouc and I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, sir.
In fact, it is so good. Monsieur Bouc insists on knowing how you made it.
Oh, sir, I'm sorry. You must know a chef never gives away their recipes. But, well, you helped with the refrigerator, and without space in it for me, there would have been no dessert.
Very well.
To prepare tonight's dessert, first I melt sugar to make caramel. Then I spread this caramel to make tuiles. Between two tuiles, I add a small scoop of lemon ice cream, and I put the whole thing on a strawberry crown.
Poirot, you are suspicious even now. The pastry chef gave up her prized recipe a little too easily. I sense she wasn't entirely honest with you.
First I melt sugar to make caramel. Then I spread the caramel to create tuiles. Between two tuiles, I had a small scoop of lemon ice cream. And I put a whole thing on a strawberry crown.
Thank you for sharing your recipe with me. But I doubt those are strawberries you're using.
Oops. You have a good eye, Monsieur Poirot. Very well. What fruit do you think I used?
You used raspberries, not strawberries. I'm not fooled.
You're right. Mr. Book, he couldn't tell the difference. Let's move on to the bottom part of the dessert.
My favorite part of the dessert.
First, I melted some butter. I crumbled pieces of chocolate into the butter. Then I placed the mix in a circular mold. Finally, I let the whole thing cool down to let it harden.
Confrontation. Which of these cities first I melt some butter. I crumbled piece of chocolate into the butter. Then I place the mix in a circular mold. Finally, I let the whole thing cool down. Butter नहीं है, chocolate नहीं है. Confirm.
Certainly not chocolate that you've crumbled.
I see you do have an excellent palate. Do you know what ingredients I used?
Crushed
A
biscuit.
pastry chef might mix crushed biscuits with butter to create this delicious base.
That's it. You're getting closer to the entire recipe.
Closer? I've caught murderers with less difficulty than this.
I'll give you one last challenge. I'm sure you will be able to figure out the order I mix my ingredients in. If you can, you will have earned my recipe.
Mademoiselle, solving the murder of Roger Ackroyd was easier than this.
Okay, tab. Okay. So the vanilla is added just before the flours. Vanilla, what is this? Okay, this is, what is this? Vanilla. The eggs are added first or last. Find the order of the ingredient of the custard. Eggs and orange peel are right next to each other in the recipe. Egg and orange. So this is an egg and I think this is an orange. Okay. Eggs are added first or last. तो egg last में तो होगा नहीं भैया, first में ही होगा अंडा. और and vanilla is added just before the flour. So this is vanilla if I'm not wrong. ये vanilla है और ये flour है. ठीक है. Orange peel and sugar is okay, wait. Orange peel comes later than the flour. Egg and orange peel are right next to each other. Okay, then it will be at the last. And what is this? Egg and orange peel are right next to each other in the recipe. So egg and orange ये होगा. Okay. उसके बाद बोला orange peel comes later than the flour. एग चाहे सबसे पहले होगा चाहे सबसे लास्ट में होगा. वैनिला इज एडेड जस्ट बिफोर द फ्लोर. तो वैनिला इज एडेड जस्ट बिफोर द फ्लोर. ओके. शुगर इज एडेड लेटर देन द वैनिला. शुगर इज एडेड. ओके, वेट. The egg are added first or last. Egg के तो सबसे पहले होगा कि तो सबसे लास्ट में होगा. फिर उसके बाद बोला है ओके. Orange peel comes later than the flour. अच्छा, ऑरेंज पील सबसे बाद में आएगा. क्यों बड़ा खतरनाक है. अंडा की तो सबसे पहले होगा कि तो सबसे लास्ट में होगा. यही लिखा फाइंड द ऑर्डर ऑफ द इंग्रेडिएंट ऑफ द कस्टर्ड। तो ये बोला सबसे पहले वेनिला इज एडेड जस्ट बिफोर द फ्लोर, फ्लोर के पहले वेनिला होगा। ठीक है, ये क्या है? ये मिल्क, एग, ऑरेंज, शुगर। ये शुगर है, ये वेनिला इज अच्छा, यू शुड नेवर ऐड शुगर एंड मिल्क। ये ओ भाई साहब, बस 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 आ जाओ। ये मिल्क है, शुगर है, फ्लोर है, एग है। ओके, फ्लोर, फ्लोर में अंडा, वेनिला। तो हमको लगता है ये है वेनिला। वेनिला इज एडेड जस्ट बिफोर द फ्लोर। Okay. You should never add sugar and milk consecutively. शुगर और मिल्क एक साथ नहीं होना चाहिए, एक के बाद एक नहीं होना चाहिए। ठीक है, शुगर इज एडेड लेटर देन द वेनिला। शुगर इज एडेड लेटर देन वेनिला। वेनिला की बाद हो। एग एंड ऑरेंज पील आर राइट नेक्स्ट टू ईच अदर। Orange peel comes later than flour. Okay, right next to each other. Flour के बाद होना चाहिए। ठीक है, vanilla is just added. फिर क्या है? Sugar is added later than vanilla. You should never add sugar and milk consequently. Sugar and milk को एक साथ कभी नहीं करना है। अरे बड़ा टफ हो रहा है यार ये तो। क्या है? वेनिला इज एडेड जस्ट बिफोर द फ्लोर। देखो, अगर अंडा सबसे पहले रखा तो उसके बाद हमको वो रखना ही पड़ेगा ऑरेंज पील। और इसमें साफ साफ लिखा है कि ऑरेंज पील कम्स लेटर देन द फ्लोर। ठीक है, उसके बाद sugar added later than vanilla. Sugar is added later than vanilla. ठीक है, फिर क्या है? Eggs and orange peel are right next to each other. वो भी ठीक है। You should never add sugar and milk consequently. तो sugar यहाँ पे, milk यहाँ पे, ये भी एक साथ नहीं है। Orange peel comes later than flour. Orange peel comes later than flour. ये भी ठीक है। Eggs are added first or last. Last है, ठीक है। The vanilla is added just before the flour. Just before the flour.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
अंडा और ऑरेंज को एक साथ रखना है। ये क्या है? ये वैनिला है क्या? हमको लग रहा है ये वैनिला है। वैनिला फ्लेवर है ना, वैनिला की महक है ये, ठीक है।
I must admit I'm not right this time.
Vanilla is added just before the flour. The sugar is added later than vanilla. पहला चीज तो यार ये देखो, पहले बोला है अंडा की तो पहले होगा लास्ट में। अगर पहले रख दिए उसके बाद में ऑरेंज रखे तो गड़बड़ा जाएगा, क्योंकि लिखा द एग्स आर एडेड फर्स्ट और लास्ट। जो अंडा है वो सबकी तो सबसे पहले रखा जाएगा कि तो सबसे लास्ट में रखा जाएगा। तो अगर मान लो हम अंडा पहले रख दिए तो उसके बगल में हमको ऑरेंज पील रखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि बोला है कि ऑरेंज पील आर राइट नेक्स्ट टू ईच अदर। तो हमारे पास दो ही ऑप्शन है कि तो अंडा हम सबसे लास्ट में रखें तो हमको यहाँ ऑरेंज पील रखना पड़ेगा, और कि तो अंडा अगर सबसे पहले रखे तो ऑरेंज पील रखना पड़ेगा। लेकिन दूसरी कंडीशन बोली है कि ऑरेंज पील कम्स लेटर देन द फ्लोर, तो ऑरेंज पील जो है वो हमारा फ्लोर के बाद आना चाहिए। तो हमारे पास एक ही ऑप्शन बचता है कि अंडे को सबसे लास्ट में उसके पहले ये। अब फ्लोर हम कहीं यहाँ रखते हैं, अगर सपोज कर लो यहाँ रखें चाहे यहाँ रखें, अगर हम यहाँ रखते हैं तो बोला है वैनिला इज एडेड जस्ट बिफोर द फ्लोर। तो ये अगर वैनिला है तो उसको हम पहले रखेंगे। फिर है द एग्स, शुगर इज एडेड लेटर देन वैनिला, ये देखा जाए। ओके, वेल डन, कर दिया भाई, कर दिया हमने, कर दिया।
As promised, my recipe is yours. Give me 5 minutes to write it down for you.
Thank you.
Thank
I am
you.
in your debt.
फाइनली रेसिपी मिल गई भाई। तो क्या क्या था? सबसे पहले दूध था, उसके बाद वैनिला था, उसके बाद फ्लोर था, उसके बाद चीनी था, उसके बाद संतरे थे, उसके बाद अंडे थे। अंडे सबसे लास्ट में। ओके, ये भाई साहब तो फिर नजर लगाई जाए जरा, का हिसाब किताब है इनका।
I made a lot of progress on the expenses last night, sir. I should be done by tomorrow morning.
You're supposed to be a fast worker, Hector.
Sorry, sir. Working here is not as comfortable as in our office in Boston.
You're lucky to ride in a train like this.
ये बहुत बड़ा नैग कर रहा है भाई, लॉयर नहीं है, उसका सेक्रेटरी है। स्विस अमेरिकन कैनेडन, ये बताना मुश्किल है। एज 40 ही है। बताया तो था कि ये कुछ तो बताया था ये हमको।
Voila.
वाला ये मैडम जी देखा जाए।
Did you enjoy the meal?
I'm not used to meals like this.
You do not have good restaurants in Kenya?
Actually, we do. This is in the 1930s.
I did not mean to offend.
You didn't like the meal?
The lobster, it was undercooked, and the potatoes were too dry.
I expect, being Princess Dragomirov's assistant, you must be used to eating well.
Cooking is an art. You do not need to wear the chef's hat to be an artist.
What is your favorite dish?
Curry roast. It is a specialty of mine.
So, British hairdresser translate assistant 33.
I do not think that's the right answer.
Swiss, German. German है German.
That's the right answer.
Here you are, sir. My recipe. Please tell Mr. Book he should not expect my recipes for the other desserts.
Thank you very much, mademoiselle. I know.
और
he
वो
will
जो
sincerely
वो बंदी थी
appreciate this,
असिस्टेंट
and I will
जर्मन
make certain he gets
वो
this.
बोल रही थी कि अंडर कुक्ड है लॉबस्टर. Hey!
You were gone such a long time.
It proved more challenging than I expected.
This is wonderful. Did it require the use of your little grey cells?
More the exercise of my little taste buds.
Thank you so much, my friend. Eat your dessert. You've earned it.
अरे हम खाएंगे भैया, पूरा खाएंगे, कौन रोक लेगा हमका है? ओके, बुढ़ऊ जा रहा है, ई साला इतना. अरे चाय की चुस्की ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस में ली जा रही है भैया, आई देखो.
Good evening. My name is Ratchet. I think that I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Hercule Poirot, is that so?
You have been correctly informed, monsieur.
Your exploits are well known on my side of the Atlantic. In my country, we come to the point quickly. Mr. Poirot, I want you to take on a job for me. Are you interested in earning a lot of money?
My clientele, monsieur, is limited nowadays. I undertake very few cases.
Why, naturally. I understand that. But this, Mr. Poirot, means big money. Big money.
Italian, Spanish, American. वो जर्मन अमेरिकन बिजनेसमैन 62 भैया इतना नहीं है 62 साल का कंग्रेचुलेशन.
What is it you wish me to do for you, Monsieur Ratchet?
Mr. Poirot, I am a rich man. A very rich man. Men in that position have enemies. I have an enemy.
Monsieur, in my experience, when a man is in a position to have, as you say, enemies, then it does not usually resolve itself into one enemy only.
Yes, I appreciate that point. Enemy or enemies, it doesn't matter. What does matter is my safety. My life has been threatened, Mr. Poirot. Now, I'm a man who can take pretty good care of himself. But as I look at it, a little insurance wouldn't hurt. And remember, big money.
I regret, monsieur, that I cannot oblige you.
What's wrong with my proposition?
If you will forgive me for being personal, I do not like your face, Mr. Ratchet. Oh, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to finish my coffee.
I don't like your face. Oh my god. उसके चेहरे पे ही बोल दी. भैया घोर बेइज्जती कर दी. Go to sleep in the new cabin. 202. 202 किधर है भैया? टू 202 था हमारा ना, कहाँ गया?
A nightcap, Monsieur Poirot?
A cup of coffee, Monsieur Fauché. Then I will retire to my new compartment.
I'm sure you will find it to be most comfortable.
ओहो, मर्डर तो अभी तक हुआ नहीं ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस में. क्या बात है, ये मर्डर भी करा दो एक आठो.
We have stopped?
Yes, sir. Belgrade Station. If you'd like to go out and get some fresh air, now is the time. The train leaves at 9:15.
No, I see that it is snowing. I will not seek out the fresh air.
Probably a wise decision. May I suggest a chocolate to accompany your coffee? It is produced by my father, the best chocolatier in Switzerland.
I would never refuse a chocolate with such high recommendation.
I know you will enjoy it, and please let me know if there is anything else you require.
फ्रेंच नहीं है, स्विस है, और ये बारटेंडर है। 28 साल।
I do not think that's the right answer.
28 साल का ये लौंडा 28 साल का ही
My
है।
little gray cells did not let me down. Everything was perfect. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Is there anything you require, monsieur?
No, merci.
202 में जाना है, ट्रेन रुक गई है और देख रहे हो ये हो रहा है।
Why, I thought you'd left us. You said you were getting off at Belgrade.
You misunderstood me.
But, man, your baggage, it's gone.
It's gone.
It has been moved into another compartment, that is all.
Oh, I see.
ए कप्तान साहब, ए ब्रिटिश कप्तान साहब, कुछ बोलवा नहीं कर रहे हैं। फर्स्ट क्लास, चला जा फर्स्ट क्लास में सफर करने। यो नहीं 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 नहीं, रूम नंबर 202। ए भाई सो रहा है। नहीं
I
नहीं
wish you a
जगह।
good night, Monsieur Poirot.
Good night.
कंडक्टर है भैया, टिकट कलेक्टर।
I hope you'll sleep well and that your head will be better in the morning.
It is just a cold. I'm now making myself a cup of tea.
I hope it'll warm you up.
I hope so. Good night.
Well, good night, my dear. What a brave girl. On the other hand, that man there in the next cabin, Monsieur Ratchet, he scares the hell out of me. There's something wrong about that man. My daughter always says I'm very intuitive. When Mama gets a hunch, she's dead right. That's what my daughter says. And I've got a hunch about that man. He's next door to me, and I don't like it. I put my bags against the communicating door last night. I thought I heard him trying the handle. Well, whoever you are, I'm going right to bed to read. Good night.
Good night, madam.
ओके तो ये भी बहुत
Whoever
दिक्कत।
I am.
ओके 203 में रैचेट इसी में है। ये बिजनेसमैन रैचेट, चंडुल महाराज।
Monsieur Ratchet seems very upset.
कुछ तो बात हुआ है। 202 में तो हम हैं। 201 में नहीं जा सकते, सेकंड क्लास में नहीं जा सकते। ओके हमको अपने रूम में जाना पड़ेगा। 202 मेरे बगल में ही है मिस्टर रैचेट, वहाँ देख रहे हो। चलो बेडवा तो बड़ा मस्त है भैया, एकदम गद्दीदार है। ये हमारा वॉशरूम है, ये हमारा सब कुछ है। हमारा टैची ऊपर रखा हुआ है। यो गो टू स्लीप। चलो सोते थोड़ा देर।
Finally, a real bed fit for a king.
And a very tired detective. सो जा सो जा। अरे साला इतना खतरनाक ड्रेस को कौन सोता है? Go to sleep in the new cabin हो गया। Inspect the corridor.
Monsieur Ratchet?
Ce n'est rien, je me suis trompé.
हो क्या रहा है? भैया रात के 12:30 बज रहे हैं। बाथरूम नहीं जाने का है, सो जाओ। वो आया था 12:37 पे, ठीक है। समय याद रखना पड़ेगा। 1:15 फिर से आया। इस सारा बार बार खटखटा रहा है। कहाँ है भैया? हमारा नींदवा डिस्टर्ब हो जा रहा है एकदम। 1:15 फिर कौन गड़बड़ सड़बड़ किया।
Good night, madam.
जब मैडम बुलाई थी।
The American lady?
Yes, don't worry. You'll know how Mrs. Hubbard is. Imagine to yourself the time I have had with her. She insists, but insists, that there is a man in her compartment. Just imagine it, monsieur. In a space of this size, where would he conceal himself? I argue with her. I point out that it is impossible. She insists. She woke up and there was a man there. And how, I ask, did he get out? And leave the door bolted behind him? But she will not listen to reason.
That one does not leave time to listen. The train has stopped, Mr. Michel?
We have run into a snowdrift. Heaven knows how long we shall be here. I remember once being snowed in for 7 days.
Where are we?
Between Winkowski and Brod.
Oh la la. It's time for me to go back to bed.
I wish you a good night, monsieur. Or what is left of it.
What is left of it? भैया घड़ी का समय एकदम तनको टीन फिनिन नहीं हुआ है। 1:20 हो गया, 1:20 पे मैं सोने गया हूँ। 5 मिनट लगा बतियाने में भैया टोटल। समय देख के 45, 46, फिर से गड़बड़ सड़बड़। सारा सोने नहीं दे रहे हैं सब भैया एकदम, हैं? Agatha Christie was inspired by a real event. अरे बाप रे बाप, पूरा रास्ता ढक गया। ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस December 17th 223 9 AM। ले
The train is still stuck and the snow continues to fall. I should have taken an airplane. Well, I must make the best of it and join the other passengers for breakfast.
दूसरा दिन हो गया। अरे भैया $203 रेचेट, 204 वो बुढ़िया रहती है, 205 का भी हमको नहीं पता। ये हमारे स्टेशन मास्टर।
Good morning, Monsieur Michel.
Good morning, sir. Please enjoy our special breakfast in our restaurant.
ये इसके लिए वॉशरूम है हमारे ख्याल से। बार लॉन्च।
This delay is intolerable. I am supposed to be demonstrating the Firenze in Paris.
My daughter said it would be the easiest way in the world. Just sit on the train until I got to Paris. And now we may be here for days and my...
Good morning, madam. The snow is a predicament, is it not?
I am Russian. Snow is no stranger to me.
Ah, the accent. Would it be St. Petersburg?
You are very perceptive. Monsieur Poirot, is it not?
And may I take it, I have the honor of addressing Princess Natalia Dragomirov.
We dispense with the old titles these days. My husband, all of my past, was taken from me by these Stalinists. When they were gone, I became director of the St. Petersburg Museum of Antiquities, to restore and preserve what I can of my country's history.
Still, the delay must be vexing.
If I must be late for my appointments, then they will wait.
I know that I would certainly wait, madame. It has been my extreme pleasure to make your acquaintance, madame.
Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
A beautiful piano. What a luxury. Pity there's no one to play it. Mademoiselle, you are not concerned about the train stopping?
What can one do?
Indeed, this does not make the train move. You have great strength to remain calm at a time like this.
I know one far, far stronger than I.
And that is?
Well, that old lady, for instance. You have probably noticed her. She just has to lift her little finger and ask for something in a polite voice, and the whole train runs.
It runs also for my friend Monsieur Bouc, but that is because he is a director of the line, not because he has a masterful character.
You don't have to have a strong will when you have power. But I suspect I did not need to tell you that, Mr.
Poirot.
Mr. Poirot.
Poirot.
Good morning, Mr. Fauchet. You have early customers, I see.
Yes, I am stuck serving here as well at breakfast. Everyone is impatient. They keep complaining that the train is not moving. As if I could get out and push it.
It's too early for me to order a boxcar. That is the appropriate drink, I believe.
A gin, triple sec, lemon and grenadine mix. A drink for a train indeed.
But not perhaps for my breakfast. I think I will settle for an omelette.
Good luck, sir. Miss Nielsen is helping to serve in the dining car.
Okay, चलो 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 रेस्टोरेंट में ई का ये इसमें नहीं गए थे। हाँ भैया इसी में सब लगेज वगैरह रखा, वाइन वाइन रखा।
Express bar is certainly well stocked.
अच्छा भैया well stocked.
The train still hasn't left.
अरे भैया ट्रेनवा खड़े हैं, अभी अभी खड़े के खड़े हैं। चल निकलते हैं अपने रेस्टोरेंट में। वॉशरूम है।
How long are we expected to be stranded here?
It won't do much good complaining to me. That fellow there with the moustache, he may know something.
Excusez-moi, sir.
Yes?
Monsieur Bouc asks for you to join him in compartment 203.
Look here, Poirot. Can you tell us anything?
I can tell you the snow, it will not move aside on its own.
Of course, but you obviously have some influence with Bouc.
I am going to see him now. I will ask him if he has any information.
चलना है रूम नंबर 203 में। 203 भैया 203 आ जाओ। टन 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 203 में हमारा बगलियम था भाई, 202 के बगल में। कैसे इस लेडी से बात करने का ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा, उससे पूछते तो रहती हम क्या दिक्कत थी, कौन आदमी घुस गया था आपके उसमें केबिन में। बाहर में खड़ा भाई।
Ah, my good friend, come in. We have need of you.
What has occurred?
A passenger lies dead in his bed, stabbed.
A passenger? Which passenger?
In there. He's an American, a man called Ratchet. It was his valet, Masterman, who was worried that Mr. Ratchet was not awake yet. Pierre Michel, the conductor, decided to break in and found the body.
I see. Well, my friend, I think it is best not to touch anything and wait for the police to arrive.
Oh, I tried to call the police, but there is no cell tower for many kilometers. We could be stuck in the snow for hours. The murderer is with us. On the train, now! The sooner we catch him, the sooner we'll be out of danger. The Dr. Constantine is already examining the body.
Mon ami, this is not a missing train ticket. We must follow procedure. We must wait for the police to secure the crime scene.
Please, Poirot. I will take full responsibility.
Bouc, you ask. Well, if we cannot contact the outside world, then... Oh, you are going to drive me crazy. In truth, this problem intrigues me. I was reflecting not half an hour ago that many hours of boredom lay ahead whilst we are stuck here. And now, a problem lies ready to my hand.
You accept then?
C'est entendu. You place the matter in my hands.
Okay, अब चलो पता लगाया जाए भैया। Wretched death.
Mr. Poirot, I am Dr. Constantine.
Forgive me, Doctor. You are a medical examiner?
No, but I have assisted in post-mortems at Nairobi Hospital, where I am a teaching fellow.
I am familiar with your excellent institution.
I do not intend to perform a full autopsy, but a preliminary examination should be of some use.
Of course. May I have a look? Then we can compare notes.
Please, if you need any help, I won't be far away.
Kenya. Medical examiner. 89.
No, not good. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. No, not good. I must admit I'm not right this time. I do not think that's the right answer. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
केन्या का तो है मेडिकल एग्जामिनर भी है 47 है क्या
Wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. I do not think that's the right answer. No, not good. I must admit I'm not right this time. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
या केन्या तो बताया था
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. No, not good.
ओके डॉक्टर है ये
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
तो भाई साहब डॉक्टर हैं घड़ी के हिसाब से 12 और ये 1 बजने में 10 मिनट कम है यानी 12:50 पे हुआ है
The watch is broken. The hands are stopped at 1:15 a.m. One would expect that to be the time when the attack occurred.
अच्छा वो सेकंड वाला 1:15 ठीक है वही 1:15
As you see, the victim has been stabbed many times. Several alone would have been fatal.
Yes, I agree. An attack most savage.
I will, of course, prepare a complete report on my findings.
Thank you. I'll take photos.
एक्सोटिक वेब बनाना
Your ratchet?
ओके
This phone was deliberately smashed. Last night, Monsieur Ratchet said he takes precautions. I see now what he meant. He knew he was in danger and wanted to be ready. Yet it was no use to him. I will leave it here for the police. Last night, Monsieur Ratchet, he knew he... I will leave it here for the... Last night, Monsieur... He knew... I will leave... I'm sure I will find some interesting things inside.
और क्या क्या है देखा जाए
I wonder what could be in this photo.
ओके वेट अभी सब करते हैं ये क्या है फार्मा स्लीप 3000 स्लीपिंग पिल
Box of sleeping pills.
स्लीपिंग पिल है ओके बैक करो जरा ओके पासवर्ड मांग रहा है। ऊपर टैची देखा जाए क्या है।
Expensive clothing, recently laundered.
Alice was walking.
Not exactly the reading material one would expect of a man like Ratchet.
Okay, Riston. I need to check Constantine's alibi to get clearer picture. ठीक है, ये क्या है? Analyze the crime scene. I need to analyze the crime scene to figure out what happened. Total 17 है.
Where can the killer have gone? This door communicates with compartment 204.
अरे भैया 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 हो भैया, इधर से खोल के हम उसमें जा सकते हैं 204 में। ये 203 है ना, ये है। और कुछ है इधर? हम मुंह छूछ दिख रही है सब।
This door communicates.
ओके, ये फोटो। तो ये देखते हैं, इस फोटो से देखे क्या निकलता है। ओके
रोटी खाओगे?
क्या
क्या रोटी?
खा लेंगे 4-5 रोटी। ओके, ये है। ये है। ये है, ठीक है। ये है। ये है। ये फिक्स हो गया। ये यहां गया। ये गया। ये यहां गया। ये है फॉर डेजी। इंटरेस्टिंग।
Et voilà.
In Ratchet Trash was torn pictures stuff and it put to piece together. I was able to discover the message for Daisy. ठीक है, ये फिक्स हो गया। कुल 7 चीज और हमको इंस्पेक्ट करनी है। 7 चीज और इंस्पेक्ट करें तो क्या क्या बचा है और इंस्पेक्ट करने को। घड़ी हो गया, मर्डर हो गया, सोने होने में हाथ हो तो वो हो गया, ग्लास हो गया, फोन हो गया। ओके, और क्या हो सकता है? हाँ, वो बचा है। ये क्या है भैया?
A handkerchief. There's a letter H embroidered on it.
Okay, handkerchief with letter H. और कुछ है? हमको नहीं लगता कि अभी कुछ है.
I'm
Night
sorry,
of...
Doctor, but I must question you.
Of course. I must be considered under suspicion like everyone else.
May I know your movements last night?
I share compartment 101 with Mr. Book. He would not stop talking about his beloved train. I listened to him for hours talking about his Orient Express.
My friend Book will no doubt confirm this. Did you know the victim?
Not at all. I noticed him last night at dinner, but I did not pay much attention.
Did you touch anything in here this morning?
I checked for a pulse. There was none. Rigor mortis had commenced. The body was cool to the touch. I touched nothing else.
What can you tell me about the victim?
He died from multiple stab wounds of varying angles and depth. More than one would have been fatal. I would place the time of death roughly between midnight and 2 a.m. With more time, I hope I can be more precise.
I assume the open window complicates matters.
Indeed. Conditions are not perfect.
Thank you for your help, Doctor. The snow is falling only lightly this morning. The murderer would have left tracks in the snow if he had jumped out the window.
ओके, कोई मर्डर तो बाहर नहीं गया है, पता तो ऐसे ही चल रहा है.
This door communicates. I shouldn't leave until I have finished inspecting the crime scene. The chain lock is broken. Monsieur Michel told me that he broke the chain on the door to get into the room.
अच्छा, हाँ, वो बंदी कह रही थी कि उसके रूम में एक बंदा है. ठीक है. हाँ, बस. The window is open. 3 चीज मिल. Select 2 element that reveal the most likely way the murderer exited the wretched room. एक तो इस चीज से गया है.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
Select 2 elements that reveal the most likely way the murderer exited a wretched room. एक तो ये है. Select 2 elements that reveal the most likely way the murderer exited a wretched room. Okay. Select 2 elements that reveal the most likely way the murderer.
I do not think that's the right answer. So, the murderer must have exited through Madame Hubert's room. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Et voilà.
Et voilà.
I shouldn't leave until I have finished inspecting this door communicates.
अभी भी कुछ चीजें हैं जैसे अभी 4 चीज और एनालाइज करना भाई। कहाँ कहाँ है? इसी रूम में है। अच्छा, वो दिख भी नहीं रही हैं।
This phone was deliberately. I'm sure I will find some interesting things inside. I wonder what could be in this food.
प्रोफाइल देखा जाए ओके मिस्टर रैचेट 62-year-old अमेरिकन 203 ए, इसका पासवर्ड क्या हो सकता है भाई?
I shouldn't leave until I have finished inspecting the crime scene. Expensive clothing, recently laundered.
She picked 10 flowers to make a bouquet. Suddenly, the bouquet turned into a butterfly, and the butterfly on the flower on the ground began to multiply. There were twice as many. Alice arrived in front of the door that asked her, "If you want to get out of the forest, you must tell me how many flowers are left in the forest." Okay. Alice was walking in the forest of 1,000 flowers. 1,000 फूल थे. She picked 10 flowers to make a bouquet. 10 फ्लावर्स बनाए तो मतलब 1,000 में दोनों के 990 हो गया. Suddenly, the bouquet turned into a butterfly, and the flower on the grounds he picked 10 flowers. Suddenly the ई कैसा है भाई? Alice was walking in the flower of 1,000 forest. 1,000 फूलों की बागी में था. ठीक है. She picked 10 फ्लावर उठाया बुके बनाने के लिए. तो suddenly the bouquet turned into a butterfly. तितली में कन्वर्ट हो गई. And the flowers on the ground began to multiply. They were twice as many. दुगने हो गए. तो बटरफ्लाई के लिए कितने चाहिए? तो एलिस arrived in front of a door that asked her, "If you want to get out of the forest, you must tell me how many flowers are left in the forest." The code is 1980. The number of flowers left in the forest is the key. Daily planner. Call Cairo. Check carpet delivery. Orient Express. Call DC. Check.
Ratchet had an appointment he will never keep.
Fortunate.
A meeting place on the back of a postcard. Someone with the initials A.W. Ratchet had an appointment he will never keep. Unusual letter, this.
For each person hurt, you will suffer the same harm. Your death is near, we never forget. Okay. For each person hurt, you will suffer the same harm. जितने मनी है यहाँ पे पूरा भाई.
Not very surprising. Not very surprising.
Select two elements that help cover that happened night murder. A box of sleeping pill was found. A letter threatening Ratchet was found in the safe.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
Ratchet watch was stuck. Okay. Select two elements that help undercover what happened. Sleeping pill.
I do not think that's the right answer. No, not good. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I do not think that's the right answer. No, not good. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. I can't imagine Ratchet taking a sleeping pill if he feared for his life. My little grey cells did not let me down.
Who are the two persons who worked for Ratchet?
the right answer. I think I've seen everything I need at the moment. I am counting on you to finish your analysis.
I'll have a more detailed report for you as soon as I can.
So, Poirot, did you find anything out?
It's a bit early for the handcuffs, my friend. Even for Hercule Poirot. Do not worry, mon ami. I believe our culprit has no plans to strike again. Monsieur Ratchet was the target. Of that I am convinced. Tell me, Book, how did you spend last night?
This is a joke, I hope. Don't you trust your old friend?
My friend, calm yourself. I must hear your story in order to corroborate other accounts.
Ah, naturally. Let me see. I went to my compartment after dinner. Dr. Constantine was already there. We talked about his career. He's a Cambridge man, you know. After university, he returned to his country and has done much good there. He was so interested in the Orient Express. I told him all the anecdotes I know. I'm not certain when we fell asleep, but it was very late.
Here is what I have found out. Monsieur Ratchet was stabbed many times. I also found threatening letters in his safe. He had a loaded gun under his pillow, so he was on guard, ready to defend himself. However, there was an empty glass with white residue at the bottom. I suspect a barbiturate. Perhaps he was forced to take it. In any case, I am certain he was unconscious, unable to defend himself. I also found several other items at the crime scene, possibly related to the murder. They must be investigated.
By all means, Poirot. As fast as you can.
I also found liquid for an electronic cigarette, but I could not find a vape. This might belong to the murderer.
This criminal is an amateur.
I need a list of the passengers with their compartment numbers.
Pierre Michel will have it.
I must interview the rest of the passengers and the staff.
I'll be in the bar car if you need me. We are hours late. Soon I hope help will arrive.
Of course.
Monsieur Michel, I must ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
I will do everything I can to help.
First of all, tell me about yourself.
Very well. My name, as you know, is Pierre Michel. I am from Calais. I've been with the company for over 15 years.
Thank you. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
फ्रांस का है.
Can you provide me with a listing of the passengers and their rooms, please?
Yes, certainly.
Are you a smoker?
Indeed.
Do you smoke e-cigarettes?
No, tobacco only.
I would like to reconstruct with your help the events of last night. Monsieur Ratchet retired to bed. When?
Almost immediately after dinner, sir. Actually, before we left Belgrade.
Did anybody go into his compartment after that?
His valet, monsieur. Monsieur Masterman. And then his secretary, the young American gentleman. Monsieur McQueen.
And that is the last time you saw or heard of him?
No, monsieur. You forget that Monsieur Ratchet rang his bell around 12:40 a.m., soon after we had stopped. I knocked at the door, but he called out in French, "Ce n'est rien, je me suis trompé." I then left to answer another bell that had just rung.
Where were you at 1:15 a.m.?
I was sitting on my little seat at the end of the car, facing up the corridor.
Are you sure?
I left a little after 1 a.m. to speak about the snow with my colleague Jean in the bar car. I came back later. There was a call. I remember speaking to you.
Indeed, I remember. Carry on.
It was the American lady, Madame Hubbard. She thought she saw a man in her compartment. Then, around 1:50 a.m., I made the bed for Monsieur Ratchet's secretary, Monsieur McQueen. He had spent the evening talking with the English Captain Arbuthnot. At 2 a.m., I returned to my place and stayed there until dawn.
What is the last station where we stopped?
Vinkovsky.
Could someone have come on board?
Possibly. I was very busy. Owing to the weather, we were a few minutes late. We left at 12:10 a.m.
ओके तो कुछ चीजें हैं जैसे कि ये बंदी जो यहाँ इस रूम में है 204 205 नहीं 204 में, ठीक है। इसमें जो थी वो बोल रही थी कि वो रात में एक आदमी को देखी है। हो सकता है क्योंकि उसके और इसके रूम का दरवाजा खुला हुआ है।
I am Hercule Poirot.
Caroline Hubbard. What can I do for you, Mr. Poirot?
I am the bearer of unfortunate news.
It's obvious with all the commotion that something has happened.
Madame Hubbard, I am afraid your neighbor, Monsieur Ratchet, was murdered last night.
Oh my God! I knew it! I knew it!
I would like to ask you some questions, but first, may I inspect your room?
Of course, yes, you must.
You must. हाउसवाइफ ही है, जर्मन, कैनेडियन, अमेरिकन, 18 साल की, 60 साल की है, जर्मन.
I do not think that's the right answer.
Canadian?
I must admit I'm not right.
अमेरिकन है या अमेरिकन, फॉरगेट है, बता रही थी. हाँ ठीक है, अमेरिका से है.
Here is a jacket button. It bears the logo of the Orient Express. The luxury of the Orient Express is present in every detail. This door connects to Monsieur Ratchet's compartment. It was latched on this side.
और क्या क्या है? क्या मूछ मिला?
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
Reconstruct the activity of midnight. कोई चढ़ा था. ये क्या है? मिसेस हबार्ड कॉल मुझे देन. कितना बज रहा था यार? मिडनाइट 12:37 था ना.
must admit I'm not right this time.
अच्छा, कुछ तो इधर उधर हुआ है.
No, not good.
ओके, क्या है? मिस्टर अबर्ट कॉल हर देन स्पीक विथ मी. से बात करने गया है. मैक्वींस बेड. ये मकीन्स बेड है. ठीक है, 1:20 पे. अच्छा, ठीक है. The train is stuck with Richard called. अच्छा, Richard called. ठीक है. यो, सही हो गया. सब कुछ सही है. Yawwa! So Mr. Mashad remained at his post from 12:10 to the morning, except from 1:05 to 1:20 and AM from 1:50 to take care.
Madame, please tell me about last night.
The murderer was right here in my compartment. I woke up. All in the dark it was. I was just so scared I couldn't scream. I pressed the call button. I pressed and pressed. I heard footsteps running in the corridor, then a knock on my door. "Come in," I screamed. And I switched on the lights at the same time. And would you believe it? There wasn't a soul there.
You think he went back into the other compartment?
How do I know where he went? I had my eyes shut tight. The conductor came in. I told the man what had happened, and he didn't seem to believe me. I asked him to search the room, but he found nothing. I told the conductor to look at the door between the compartments, and sure enough, it wasn't bolted. Well, I soon saw to that. I told him to bolt it, then and there.
The connecting
How
door.
is it you didn't bolt the door between the two compartments?
But I had. Well, as a matter of fact, I asked that Swedish lady, Olsen, Greta, if it was bolted, and she said it was.
How was it you could not see for yourself?
I was already in bed, and my toiletry bag was hanging on the hook of the door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was.
What time was it when you asked her to do this for you?
Oh, it must have been around 10:30 or 10:45 p.m. She'd come along to see if I had an aspirin. But instead of opening my door, she opened Mr. Ratchet's door by mistake. He said something quite rude, like, "Not a chance, lady, you're too old." It shocked her. She came in. I told her where to find the aspirin, and she got it out of my toiletry bag. Poor girl, she didn't have a good night.
The same could be said for Monsieur Ratchet. It appears Mademoiselle Olsen may be the last person to see Ratchet alive. Is this your handkerchief?
No, not at all.
Yet it is embroidered with an initial H, like your name.
I don't care. It's not mine, and I would certainly never buy something so impractical as that frilly thing.
Are you a smoker?
No, definitely not. Filthy habit.
I found a jacket button on your table. It looks like it belongs to a train employee. The button bears the logo of the Orient Express.
Well, of course the conductor came in last night, but he didn't go near that table.
Still, it's a safe bet that it belongs to the conductor. I'll check his jacket later, to be sure. I have not finished inspecting your room. If you don't mind, let's see if Mrs. Hubbard was telling the truth about the latch of the connecting door. This hook is probably where Mrs. Hubbard hung her toiletry bag. This hook is probably where Mrs. Hubbard hung her toiletry bag.
क्या क्या और सर्च किया जाए, कुछ ऐसा दिख रहा है क्या? विंडो तो बंद है सब, विंडो पे कोई ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है। टॉयलेटरी बैग, टॉयलेटरी बैग देखा जाए।
I found a button from an Orient Express staff jacket. Did you lose one by any chance?
No, monsieur. As you can see, I have all my buttons. It is not mine.
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I will report to you as soon as I can. The Orient Express bar is certainly well stocked.
A murder on the Orient Express, my friend.
Haha! Golden moustache.
Golden mustache. स्टोरेज में तो नहीं जाना है हमको। देखिए कहाँ कहाँ क्या क्या करना है। सर्च रूम 204। कुछ एक चीज और मिसिंग है हमको। हिंट में क्या है देखा जाए। There are several clues, the connecting door to the room and the jacket, But I also need to talk with her husband. Okay, देखते हैं. लेकिन यार ये इन्वेंट्री में ये जो है बैग, इसको हम टॉयलेटरी बैग ये ओपन नहीं होता है क्या? नहीं होगा, चलो. दो 204 में भी कुछ और इन्वेस्टिगेशन बाकी है. एक चीज बाकी है. 204 आ जाओ.
Please, do me the courtesy of leaving me alone, if you will.
अरे गुस्सा आ गई भाई, बुढ़िया गुस्सा आ गई.
There's nothing I can add to what I've already told you.
क्या इनसे तो बात हो गया है. फर्स्ट क्लास में चलो चलते हैं. 204 में जाना है ना.
I can see the latch very well from here, even with the toiletry bag attached. I'll have to clear that up with Mrs. O'Bowd. Mrs. O'Bowd, you told me that the door connecting the two compartments was closed, correct?
Yes, it was, as I told you. I was already in bed and my toiletry bag was hanging on the hook of the door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was. That's why I asked Miss Olsen to check if it was closed.
झूठ बोल रही है.
Are you sure everything you've told me is accurate, Madame Hubbard?
Of course. I have an excellent memory.
Mrs. Hubbard, I tested putting your toiletry bag on the door hook as you told me. From your bed, you can easily see the latch on the door. The toiletry bag does not hide the latch at all.
Are you saying I'm lying? It may have been stuck somehow in a different position, or I may not have seen it in the darkness. Or I didn't think to look, you irritating man.
Details matter, madame. A man has been most savagely murdered. You will excuse me if I attempt to separate the truth from the false.
Forget my toiletry bag and focus on who entered my compartment. Probably after killing Mr. Ratchet.
Madame Hubbard is a force to be reckoned with, but I suspect I'm not done with her. Thank you for your assistance, madame.
Hila avoided Mr. Michel. Okay, the select two element that help detect how the killer avoided being seen by the.
do not think that's the right answer. No, not good. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I do not think that's the right answer. While Monsieur Michel was chatting with Monsieur Fauchet in the bar car between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., the murderer could have escaped Ratchet's room without being seen. Et voilà.
Voila! हो गया. Institution allow you to draw your own conclusion. Is Mrs. Herber a suspect? Back आ जाओ. दूसरा क्या है? Institution allow you to draw your own conclusion.
This direction looks promising. This is the most likely answer.
This is the most likely answer.
Monsieur Edward Masterman, I believe.
I believe. May I ask you some questions? अरे पूछना
I can barely talk. I have a terrible toothache.
We have a doctor on board the train. Perhaps...
I do not need a doctor. I use essential oils. If you can find my flask of clove oil in my box, I would be grateful.
Fine, if you insist. I will help you.
क्लोव ऑयल ढूंढने रे बच्चा. Okay, almond 5 ml, clove 7 ml.
By the smell, I think that the jojoba oil spilled on the other bottles, leaving their labels illegible. I must find another way to find which one is Masterman's toothache remedy. The weighing scale is soaked in jojoba oil. It's unusable.
The old scale do the job. 7 ml. Wow.
To start, I must first arrange the vials from the lightest to the heaviest.
Okay. सबसे लाइटेस्ट जो है वो 2 ml का है. ठीक है. तो अब ये नहीं पता कितने ml का है, तो इस पे ये रखते हैं. मतलब ये हल्का है. ठीक. इससे हल्का था ये भारी है। ठीक है, ये भारी है। ये भी भारी है। ये हल्का है, सबसे हल्का ये है। ठीक है, तो 2 ml वाला यही होगा पक्का। ठीक है, 1 2 3 4 5 6 है और 1 2 3 4 5 ही है। जो 12 18 ml वाला है। ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है। अब ये सबसे दो भारी है, ये भी भारी है, ये भी भारी है, ये भी भारी है। ठीक, आ जाओ। अब ये भारी है। ये भी भारी है, ये भी भारी है।
Now that I know the order, I think that I can easily guess which one is the clove oil.
तो 2 ml ये है, 5 ml ये है, उसके बाद 7
Here is Monsieur Masterman's remedy.
ये है 7 ml का क्लोव ऑयल। ले भैया, तुम अपना क्लोव ऑयल ले लो भैया।
Here is your remedy. I hope it will help.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ah, well, I can finally speak without too much pain. I'm ready to answer your questions.
You are Monsieur Ratchet's valet?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Were you told that your employer was murdered?
Yes, sir. A very shocking occurrence.
अमेरिकन डॉक्टर नहीं है। 39 साल का है। हाँ, ठीक है, ठीक है। That was easy, haha. The night of the crime scene.
What hour did you last see Monsieur Ratchet?
It must have been around 9 p.m., sir. That or a little after. I went to bed around 10:30 p.m., same as the person who shares my room, Mr. Foscarelli. He almost immediately began snoring.
What did you do then?
I read, sir, and I spent a while soothing my toothache with clove oil and listening to the snoring.
Did you hear anything during the night?
Yes, my roommate's snoring.
My roommate's snoring.
Are you a smoker?
Yes, sir. I have a cigarette now and then to relax.
Tell me about your employer, Monsieur Ratchet.
I've been working for him for 9 months. I should not wish to speak ill of the dead, but he was not a gentleman, sir.
Did you know that he had enemies?
Yes, sir. I heard him discussing some threatening letters, sir, with Mr. McQueen.
Did he mention these letters to you?
He had been reading a letter when I came in. He asked me if I was the one who put it in his compartment. I told him that I had done no such thing, and he should report it to the police at the next station.
How did he respond?
He laughed, sir.
You're joking.
I do not joke, sir.
Forgive me, I can see you do not. Was he taking sleeping pills?
Always when traveling by train, sir. He said he couldn't sleep otherwise. Last night he asked me to give him 2. I did so, along with a glass of water. He dissolved them in the water.
Did you see him drink the water?
No, sir. I left right after I gave him the pills.
Was Monsieur Ratchet a smoker?
No. He finds smokers disgusting.
Can you tell me again why you gave sleeping pills to Monsieur Ratchet?
Yes, I gave him the pills because when he takes the train, he has trouble sleeping. The letter must have worried him. He specifically asked me to prepare the sleeping pills. I didn't see him drink the water with the pills in it.
What evidence can help me prove he's lying? Monsieur, I believe you are not telling me the truth.
जब उसने थ्रेटनिंग लेटर देखा है तो ये कैसे कह सकता है स्लीपिंग पिल दे दो?
How could he ask you for sleeping pills when he had a meeting written in his agenda?
I am very sure he had no meeting planned for the middle of last night.
Masterman is right. The meeting in his agenda was not that day. He received threatening letters, one, it seems, last night. Did you know he had a gun under his pillow? And even asked for my help to watch over him? I find it strange that he asked you for sleeping pills when he was afraid for his life and prepared to defend himself.
I'm sure I don't know. Maybe to calm his nerves, maybe out of habit.
It makes no sense.
Wait, please. Isn't it possible that Mr. Ratchet asked me to prepare the pills, but didn't plan to drink them for some reason?
It is possible. But I am a student of character, monsieur, and the Monsieur Ratchet you describe is not the man I met.
If you'll excuse me, my toothache is getting worse again.
I'm afraid this time you must prepare your own clove oil.
भैया भैया चलते हैं 102 में. ये भाई सब दूसरे हैं.
I believe I am addressing Monsieur Hector McQueen.
Guilty as charged.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, sorry. Just an expression. My father used to say it.
You must have had an interesting childhood. I am Hercule Poirot.
No need to be modest. You're a detective.
You are Monsieur Ratchet's secretary?
I am Mr. Ratchet's secretary. Just over a year. I mainly take care of translating certain texts for him. Mr. Ratchet only speaks English.
Prepare yourself for a shock. Your employer, Monsieur Ratchet, is dead.
So they got him after all.
What do you mean? You are assuming he was murdered?
I know he had enemies.
What can you tell me about Monsieur Ratchet?
He was American. He was an antiques dealer. I don't know much more. Mr. Ratchet never talked about himself or his life, but I think Ratchet wasn't his real name, and he left the United States to run away from something, or someone.
Yes?
He started getting letters, threatening letters.
Do you still have them?
I have one.
Did you know that Monsieur Ratchet had asked for my help?
Asked you? No, I didn't know.
He knew he was in danger. When did you last see him?
Last night around 10 o'clock, I should say.
Did you like your employer, Monsieur McQueen?
No, I did not. He was, I'm sure, a cruel and dangerous man.
Oh भाई डेंजरस मैन आ रहा है. पानी लेके आ रहा है बस. डेंजरस मैन तो था ही भैया. उसका बात करने का तरीका और सब अलग था. कौनो नहीं चाहता था इससे बात करना रे भैया. सॉल्व कर रहे हैं ओरिएंट एक्सप्रेस में जो मर्डर हुआ उसकी मिस्ट्री को भैया. ठीक है, तो मर्डर तो हो गया है, उसको सॉल्व किया जा रहा है. बस हम पानी लेके आ रहे हैं, उसके बाद सॉल्व करते हैं मिस्ट्री गाइस. पानी पिया जाए और मिस्ट्री को सॉल्व किया जाए. पानी पियो, मिस्ट्री सॉल्व करो। अरे okay, finally, the night of crime.
Can you tell me your movements last night?
I went back to my compartment. I read a little. In Belgrade, I went out onto the platform to smoke, but it was cold. I quickly went back in. I then went to Mr. Ratchet's compartment to take some dictation for him. I left around 10 o'clock. I saw Captain Arbuthnot. We ended up chatting in my compartment. Then we went out on the platform to quickly stretch our legs at Binkovsky. He left around 2 o'clock.
Thank you. I will need to check Monsieur McQueen's story with Captain Arbuthnot. I found a diary in Monsieur Ratchet's safe. Did you know about it?
I kept a business appointment book, but I know he had a personal diary as well. That looks like it.
Are you a smoker?
Yes, I smoke cigarettes. I've tried to quit, but no luck.
Can you give me this letter, please?
Of course, here it is.
Time to die.
Was Monsieur Ratchet a smoker?
No, he hated the smell of smoke.
Select two elements of interest from the encounter with Michelle on the evening of the murder. Ratchet call.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
उसे सिर्फ इंग्लिश आती थी, तो इट इज नॉट रैचेट हु स्पीक टू मिशेल, ठीक है। तो कोई और होगा जो कि फ्रेंच बोलता होगा, फ्रेंच। Concludes.
I may have impersonated Ratchet by calling Monsieur Michel to make it seem that Ratchet was still alive at 12:37 a.m. That's the right answer.
Ratchet takes sleeping pills. The murderer enters Ratchet's room. He kills him with the gun, hide it under the pillow. He disguised the crime scene as a crime of passion with a knife. He waits for Mr. Michel to take a break to leave the room. Ratchet. What is the most likely hypothesis? एक मिनट फिर से Ratchet take sleeping pill. तो Ratchet जो है, जो अमेरिकन बंदा है, वो स्लीपिंग पिल लेता है क्योंकि उसको ट्रेन में ट्रैवल करने में प्रॉब्लम होती है। तो जब भी वो ट्रेन में ट्रैवल करता है स्लीपिंग पिल लेता है, ठीक है। द मर्डरर इंटर्स रैचेट रूम, मतलब मर्डरर जो रैचेट के रूम में घुसता है, तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जो घुसता है उधर से घुसता है। क्या नाम है, जो वो लेडी है हब्स बैंड जो भी है, उसके रूम से घुसता है। ही किल्ड हिम विथ द गन एंड हाइड इट अंडर द पिलो। गन से मारता है उसको और पिलो के अंदर छुपा देता है, जिससे लगे कि गन उसने सेफ्टी के लिए रखा था। ही डिस्गाइज द क्राइम एज अ क्राइम ऑफ पैशन विद अ नाइफ। फिर वो नाइफ से मार करके मतलब दिखाना बस चाहता है कि नाइफ से मारा गया और ये पैशन के लिए सिर्फ मर्डर किया गया, कोई पर्पस नहीं था। He waits for Mr. Michel to take a break to leave the room. और वो वेट करता है कि क्या नाम है कि जैसे ही मिस्टर मिशेल जाए, जो वो एक तरीके से टिकट मास्टर या जो भी कह सकते हो, कंट्रोलर जो कंट्रोल करता है सब कुछ, वो जैसे ही गया ये निकला. ठीक है. रेचेट टेक स्लीपिंग पिल्स. अच्छा, ये अलग अलग हाइपोथेसिस है. ये दूसरा हाइपोथेसिस. रेचेट टेक स्लीपिंग पिल्स. मर्डरर enters Ratchet's room. He stab him with a knife. He calls Mr. Michel to make believe the Ratchet is alive. He opens the window to escape, but train is stuck in the snow. He waits the Michel to... Ratchet takes sleeping pills. The murderer enters Ratchet's room. He stabs him with a knife. He calls Michel to pretend Ratchet alive. He opens the window and flee. विंडो से तो नहीं गया है कोई, हमको लग रहा है यही कंफर्म है.
Little grey cells did not let me down.
हाँ, यही हुआ है. Institution allowed to draw own conclusion. Is Masterman a suspect? Masterman कौन है पता नहीं. Is Mr. McQueen a suspect? Institution allowed your own conclusion.
According to the information I have, this is a solid choice.
हाँ, ठीक है. ये कौन है? Institution allowed to draw your own conclusion. Yes.
Very well, I choose to go this way.
अच्छा, कैरेक्टर. ये कैरेक्टर ट्रेन पैसेंजर 105 में है. इसका भी कुछ पता नहीं चला है. ओके. 201 में है, 102 में है, 103 में है. एडवर्ड मास्टरमैन ग्रेटा और 104 में है. 100 HS नहीं, 105 वाली से मिलना पड़ेगा. रुको, 105 से जाते हैं. 101, 103, 104 में नहीं जा सकते. 105 में अच्छी लोग बाहर बैठे हैं ना. ठीक है.
This is the most likely answer.
उधर चल के देखें और क्या है. अब समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि कौन है किलर.
The train is completely trapped because of the avalanche. Hopefully not for too long. Finest of curling irons for the moustache. Wax to preserve the perfect symmetry of the moustache. The moustache comb to tame unruly knots.
किलर कैसे रूम से भागा? A man named Ratchet is dead. I will need to system. इससे बात करने का ऑप्शन भी नहीं आ रहा है कि हम बात कर पाए, वो भी समस्या है। ये बुढ़िया बतियाए कि नहीं?
So, my friend, have you found our killer?
Not yet, but I will tell you what I have learned.
Please.
Our assassin could have gotten on the train at Vinkovsky disguised as a conductor, entered Ratchet's room, and killed him. Then he walked out through Madame Hubbard's connecting door, where he lost a button from his jacket. He had to wait for Monsieur Michel to be absent. He waited too long. The train had left the station.
He was trapped aboard.
Indeed. He had opened the window to make it look that he'd escaped that way. However, if he waited until the train stopped again due to snow, his footprints would have been found.
The murderer is still among us.
On the train.
There's a problem with the second-class toilets.
What now?
All morning passengers have been complaining that the door is locked, so I went to check. I knocked, but no one answered. I didn't think I should open it without speaking to you first.
You did well, Mr. Michel. Lead the way.
हाँ, टॉयलेट में ही घुसा हुआ है मर्डरवा.
I use my master key.
But who is she? Is she alive?
She is breathing.
Then if she's dead, isn't she our murderer?
That, my friend, is what we must find out.
सेकंड क्लास 105.
The ticket reads Joanna Locke, traveling in compartment 105. Miss, can you hear me? She's breathing. Her pulse is strong. There is no sign of physical violence. This woman is sleeping very soundly. This woman is sound asleep. Given her location, I would say she has been drugged and deposited here.
Well, at least it's not another murder on my train.
The train is, of course, full.
Monsieur, the list I gave you indicates that Hildegard Schmidt shares her compartment.
I will want to talk to her later. For now, we will concentrate on this mysterious young lady. Let's return her to her more comfortable bed.
Good idea. Pierre, locate this woman's room and fetch the doctor.
Yes, sir.
I will question her when she wakes up.
Please, let me know what you learn.
Mademoiselle Locke's compartment is 105. I suggest we return her to her more comfortable bed.
Yes, hopefully she will awaken soon.
A cup of tea with white residue at the bottom.
ये भी स्लीपिंग पिल ही है हमको लग रहा है. White residue at the bottom. Okay. कुछ भी देखने लायक नहीं है. अच्छा. और खुलेगा कैसे भाई? ओके. यही बंदी तो देख रही थी उसको बार बार। रुको, I need to know more about this passenger. If I search her room, I sure I will found. Hint.
उन्हाळ्यात काय होती खावी.
अरे ये देखो कपड़े का, वो देखो, अरे बाप रे बाप।
A briefcase and a wagon Lee conductor's jacket. And the button is missing. A briefcase and a...
ये वाला थोड़ा सा है, हमको लग रहा है इस तरह से मिल जाएगा जवाब। इसका साउंड थोड़ा सा अलग आया था, अभी देखना, देखो कैसा इसका साउंड ऐसे आ रहा है। देखो 8वें वाले का अलग साउंड आया है, नॉर्मल साउंड, ये भी नॉर्मल है, ये भी नॉर्मल है। देखो ये साउंड एकदम अलग आया है।
Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4? Have you tried 0000? So, Poirot, any luck so far? Poirot, I'm disappointed in you. I was certain you would have it by now. No, that's mine. I never remember my passwords, so I make them easy ones. But of course you know what you're doing. It is booby-trapped, is it? Poirot, what if the briefcase is booby-trapped? If you need a break, I can ask Jean to make you some coffee. We really need to find the combination. Poirot, I'm disappointed in you. I was certain you would have it by now. We really need to find the combination. Poirot, what if the briefcase is booby-trapped? Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4? If you need a break, I can ask Jean to make you some coffee. Have you tried 0000? So, Poirot, any luck so far? But of course you know what you're doing. It is booby-trapped, is it? No, that's mine. I never remember my passwords, so I make them easy ones. If you need a break, I can ask Jean to make you some coffee. We really need to find the combination. No, that's mine. I never remember my passwords, so I make them easy ones.
अरे बोलना चुप करेगा ही।
Poirot, any luck so far? Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4? Poirot, what if the briefcase is booby-trapped? But of course you know what you're doing. It is booby-trapped, is it? Have you tried 0000? Poirot, I'm disappointed in you. I was certain you would have it by now. So, Poirot, any luck so far? Poirot, I'm disappointed in you. I was certain you would have it by now. No, that's mine. I never remember my passwords, so I make them easy ones. Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4?
अबे भाई, ask for silence.
Silent like a mouse, please.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'll be quiet now. You need to concentrate. I will not utter another word. Not one.
Book, there will be another murder on the Orient Express in a moment.
तो ये वाला साउंड थोड़ा सा अलग था। ये क्लिक किया एकदम, ये भी क्लिक किया है, खुल गया। ओ भाई साहब, अच्छा ये वही बच्ची है, हमको लग रहा है। मैसाचुसेट्स, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस 1/12/16। Hey.
Her driver's license confirms her identity. She is American.
These are fake IDs. It's certain.
Okay.
Mademoiselle Locke seems very interested in our victim.
Of course. She has studied her target.
Possibly.
ये वही बच्ची
The
है
stuffed
क्या?
animal is the same as in the photo found at the crime scene.
What a coincidence.
Mademoiselle Locke appears to have been investigating Monsieur Ratchet.
Detective Berkshire. Okay.
This badge says that Joanna Locke is an American detective with the Berkshire Police Department in Massachusetts.
An American police officer? Oh.
पुलिस ऑफिसर है ये।
She has a gun.
Come, Poirot. Criminals are often known to carry one.
Ratchet was stabbed, not shot. But then why take it on the train?
Look, she's waking up.
Thanks to you, I would not be surprised if our murder victim were also waking up.
What?
Oh, my head. What's all the yelling about?
Who are you? Give me a good reason why you should not be in handcuffs.
I can give you a reason, Book. Whose handcuffs will we use? I have none. Do you?
Well,
You are Joanna Locke, mademoiselle?
Yes, Joanna Locke. I'm a detective. Berkshire, Massachusetts Police.
I have found your credentials, mademoiselle.
And I know who you are, Mr. Poirot.
Then, if the introductions are complete, perhaps the explanations may begin.
I'll try. It's simple, really. I'm on the trail of a murderer.
फाइनली हम लोग को मर्डर मिल गया रे, मिल गया, मर्डर मिल गया.
I had just been promoted to detective after 5 years on patrol. It was my first time on a major case. It had been a month since Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped. The Armstrongs were desperate for some sign of hope. I was there only for paperwork, to fill in some blanks.
Daisy Armstrong's case. Daisy Armstrong, 3-year-old girl, daughter of John and Sonia Armstrong, victim was taken sometimes on the evening of February 24, 2000. Abducted took place at Armstrong residence. Miss Morrow, Daisy's nanny, discovered the children disappeared approximately 10:45 p.m. The letter was found outside the children's bedroom window. The window, usually locked from the inside, was open. 4-wheel drive truck was found on the wooden near the house. No party guests drove 404. ठीक है. Have 1 million ready in 2-3 days. We will inform you. You were to deliver the money. We caution you not to go public. Talk to the police. The child is in safe hand. After law enforcement protocol were in the place, the Armstrong followed the ransom demand instruction of $1 million on March 1, 2019. Since there was been no further communication from the kidnappers and Daisy was not being returned, the investigation is ongoing. John Armstrong, 38, occupation retired Colonel, British Armed Force. Statement: we were hosting a social event to raise money for the local museum. There were many people, some of them totally stranger to us, and we were all busy. Then we heard Susame, Daisy, nanny screaming. It had been my wife and understand Daisy's room. Susame was crying horribly. Daisy was no longer in the bedroom. Okay, Sonia Armstrong, 32, occupation housewife. Statement: the last time I saw Daisy was 10:30 p.m. I went up to check on her on her room. I noticed Susame was not around there, but Daisy was sleeping peacefully. I stayed with her for 10 minutes or so. I assumed Susame would return as soon as I rejoined the party. Telephone record of the day of the abduction. Sonia Armstrong called this number. Sonia Armstrong called this number. John Armstrong called this number. जॉन आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग का नंबर ये है 141355. ठीक है. सुसमय मरो. ये दोनों नंबर उसका है, क्या नाम, सोनी आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग का है. सुसमय मरो फिर कॉल करती है इसको, जो कि किसका है, जॉन आर्मस्ट्रॉन्ग. अच्छा, कॉल 911. ठीक है.
The phone record of the night of the kidnapping.
The last call was for 911. A topographical map, often more important than a road map in these mountains.
ये उस बच्ची का घर है। अच्छा,
Good evening. Colonel Armstrong?
Yes. You're the detective they phoned about.
Joanna Locke.
I don't remember you.
I'm newly assigned to the case.
It's about time more detectives were involved. My wife, Sonia, she hasn't been herself. Every day is a waking nightmare for us. Tell me you've uncovered something new.
I'm here to speak to your daughter's nanny. There was a computer problem. Her earlier statement has been lost.
Oh, I see. We had hoped. Well, do as you wish. I won't be far if you need me.
चलो भैया मिलते हैं नैनी से। नैनी रे भैया, किडनैपिंग नैनी कहाँ हो? यहाँ तो नहीं जाना है, यहाँ भी नहीं, ऊपर होगी नैनी हमको लग रहा है। फिर गरिया बिल्ली।
Hello, are you Suzanne Moreau, Daisy's nanny?
Yes?
Suzanne
Joanna
Moreau,
Locke, a detective working on Daisy's case.
Is there any news?
I'm afraid not.
How can I help you?
I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I have to take your statement again concerning the evening of Daisy's disappearance. There was a computer problem. Your statement was accidentally deleted.
Of course. I want to help any way I can.
Tell me about that night in your own words.
The Armstrongs had a party to raise money for a museum, I think. Mrs. Armstrong is on her board. I was in charge of Daisy. I stayed with the little one all evening, playing with her and reading books to her. She couldn't sleep with all the noise and the comings and goings.
When did you notice Daisy was missing?
I was only gone 5 minutes to phone my mother. She's in the hospital. When I returned, Daisy wasn't in her bed. I thought she might have gone to look at the party. But
either
then
she is lying,
I
either
saw
her
her
mother is
sleeping on a
lying.
pillow. I screamed and screamed. I couldn't stop.
Did you notice anything unusual before that?
I was with Daisy all evening. Finally, she fell asleep. I didn't see anyone else or notice anything in particular.
Do you have any idea who did this?
No! I can't see who could have done such a horrible thing. The Armstrongs are such good people. Like my own family.
Thank you for giving me your statement again. I'll get back to you if I have any questions.
I won't be far.
Okay, I have Suzanne's statement, but her answers need some checking. Lyon, in France. What a lovely looking city.
कुछ चीजें हैं वो बैठ नहीं रही है।
Now here I am on a real one.
कुछ गड़बड़ है, फैक्ट्स चेक करना है। This statement, last time I saw Daisy was about 10:30 p.m. when I went up check on her room.
Everything looks okay here. This information does not correspond to what Suzanne told me. Suzanne said she left Daisy alone for 5 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she stayed with Daisy for a while and Suzanne did not return. That is a great detective job.
The account given by two women is diverse regarding the account. Okay. Cross-check stories. कि बीवी से बात करना होगा या फिर देखते हैं किससे बात करना है.
Mrs. Armstrong, my name is Joanna Locke. I'm a detective investigating the kidnapping of your daughter. May I talk to you? When is your baby due? Mrs. Armstrong? Sonia?
I don't want to talk. I just want to see my daughter again. That's all that matters.
Poor woman. I can't imagine how she feels. The world through the eyes of a child seems so sweet.
I want to see my daughter again.
A toy castle. When I was a kid, I had a police station and a tiny squad car with a siren that really worked. The world through the eyes of a child seems so sweet. Nothing shocks me here. Everything looks okay here. Nothing shocks me here. Everything looks okay here. Nothing shocks me here. Everything looks okay here. Nothing shocks me here. The detective gets it right. Mrs. Armstrong? Let me show you this.
Daisy, my little Daisy. I miss her so much. How good it is to see her face.
I can't imagine the pain you're feeling right now.
She loved her little stuffed animal, Fluffy. She took him everywhere with her. The kidnappers took it as well. They didn't have to. That means they wouldn't hurt her, doesn't it?
Every lead will be followed up. You have my word on that.
Thank you. I shouldn't lose hope. Somehow.
I know it isn't my case, but I just made a promise, and I mean to keep it. Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
She's in her room. Last door on the left.
Tell me about the night Daisy was taken, especially anything about your daughter and Suzanne Moreau.
Apart from seeing to our guests, I took a moment to check on Suzanne and Daisy in Daisy's room. Suzanne wasn't there, but Daisy was asleep. I sat with her for 10 minutes or so. Suzanne didn't return while I was there, but there's no reason for her to sit there all night when Daisy is asleep. I went back downstairs.
May I come back if I have more questions?
Of course. Anything I can do.
Okay, the stories Sonia and Suzanne tell don't match.
The telephone record of the day of the abduction of the Armstrong. 10:23. I was gone 5 minutes to phone my mother. She is in the hospital. When I returned, Daisy wasn't in her bed. I thought she may have gone to 11:41 पे कॉल हुआ है.
Nothing shocks me here.
भैया हुए 10:11 to 10:45. ये 21:40 का नंबर पता नहीं किसका
That is
है.
not exactly what Suzanne told me earlier. Suzanne was on the phone more than 5 minutes. That's it. No rookie mistake there. shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold. If I understand you correctly, you left Daisy when she was not asleep?
The party was very loud. Daisy was too wound up to sleep. I read her a Motley Mule detective story to try and put her to sleep. Daisy finally fell asleep. Right before Motley Mule solved his case in the book I was reading her. I had to make a quick phone call. No more than 5 minutes. But when I came back, Daisy was gone.
The party was very loud. Daisy was not wound up sleep. I read her. Okay. Daisy finally fell asleep right before. Okay. Confirm.
Are you sure you were only gone for 5 minutes?
5, 6, what does it matter? It was very quick.
What you're telling me doesn't really agree with what Mrs. Armstrong says.
Mrs. Armstrong must have looked in right after I'd left.
That's how it could have happened. But the timing of the kidnapping had to be so precise. How could it be? I need to find something more concrete. You say you were only away 5 or 6 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she was alone there more like 10 minutes. And the phone record shows that you stayed on the call for more than 30 minutes, way longer than you said.
My mother is extremely ill. It's difficult for me. I may have lost track of time. When I came back, Daisy had disappeared. It must have been a coincidence.
You have to be precise, Suzanne. A little girl's life is at stake.
Why are you doing this? I didn't do anything wrong. I would never hurt Daisy.
I need to check Suzanne's story. She's panicking. Why now? I should see if the Armstrongs can confirm what Suzanne told me.
बिल्ली बड़ा शांति से बैठी हो, हिले नहीं रही है बिल्ली. Reconstruct the following event in the correct order to track the chronology. Miss Morrow goes to make a telephone call. ठीक. नहीं ये नहीं हुआ अभी. Kidnapper climbed the stairs. The kidnapper entered through the front door. Climbed the stairs. Kidnapper placed a ladder under the Daisy room. Okay.
No, I did something wrong.
ये ऑर्डर सही है.
That is a great detective job. The kidnapper places a ladder under the window to Daisy's room. Then he joins the party. Just one guest in the crowd. He somehow knows when Suzanne leaves the room, then sneaks upstairs. He opens Daisy's window, carries her down the ladder, and vanishes.
कॉल करना पड़ेगा हॉस्पिटल में जाके. आओ कॉल करते हैं. बाहर आते हैं। नंबर वो भूल गए हम, देखा जाए नंबर वो उसमें है ना। ठीक है, कॉल किया था 2140 पे। टू 2140 पे कॉल किया था ना, कॉल किया जाए 214 confirm.
Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all.
Aha! Reconstruct the fact.
The number you have called is not in service at this time. Please hang up and dial again, or contact your service provider.
The number Suzanne called is not in service? A hospital?
झुट्टा बोली, झुट्टा।
Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
Her room is upstairs across the hall from Daisy's. She seldom leaves it.
Did you see Miss Moreau during the party?
I remember seeing her at some point, but otherwise, no. I was too busy with my guests. Wear the smile, shake the proffered hand.
Ms. Moreau told me she called her mother.
Well, why not? I believe they are very close, and the poor woman is not well. She needs some experimental treatment that isn't available yet in France.
How are you doing? Are you holding up?
You know, in the military, you're supposed to have the stiffest of upper lips. The Desert War taught me that soon enough. But this, it's difficult. Damned difficult. Harder on my good lady, of course.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
Not really my style, but I'll take it. What a dear child. Sympathy and support for the Armstrong family during this difficult time. Thoughtful, but never enough. Their fairy tale became a nightmare. I spoke with Suzanne. She was phoning her mother. That's why you didn't see her when you went to check on Daisy.
Yes, her mother. I tried to call the poor woman earlier that week, but the hospital said she's been in a medically induced coma for more than 2 months.
Suzanne told me she called her mother, but she would have known her mother was in a coma.
झूठ बोल रही है, झूठ बोल रही नौकरानियां, झूठ बोल रही है। पकड़ ससुरी पकड़ो। नौकरनिये है सब कुछ, चुराई है वही और बच्चा चुरवाई है वो।
The number you called that night is no longer in service.
I don't understand. That's the number the hospital gave me to call my mother's room.
You told me you were on the phone with your mother when Daisy was abducted.
As we said earlier, I didn't pay attention and was on the phone longer than I said. But since my mother is very ill, she had to leave her hometown, Lyon, because the treatment is not approved yet in France. She is in an hospital in Boston for a special treatment. I call her every night to check on her. When I came back, Daisy was gone. I'll never forgive myself.
Are you sure you called your mother?
Yes. Every night since she was admitted in December.
Your mother had to leave a country renowned for its social security, where healthcare is affordable, and go to Boston for expensive, specialized treatment. I imagine that the cost of her care must be high. Did you think that your share of the ransom would pay for your mother's care?
How can you think that I would allow Daisy to be kidnapped for money? She's like my daughter. I could never imagine such a thing.
Her reaction seemed sincere, but I needed to see how she'd react. Suzanne, I checked. The number you say is a hospital appears to be disconnected. That's pretty strange, don't you think?
It's always worked in the past.
The area code for Boston is 617. This was 413. That's our local area code. She's obviously lying, but why? She seems to really care about Daisy. Suzanne, I think you really care for Daisy. If you do, then tell me the truth. You can't have been calling your mother while she's in a coma.
My mom really is in a hospital in Boston. She really is in a coma. I wasn't calling her. I was on the phone with my boyfriend, Noah.
Why lie about it? Why are you panicking?
Because he's gone. I haven't heard from him since the night of the kidnapping. I'm afraid he's somehow connected to Daisy's disappearance. That he was just using me somehow. But I swear I talked to him. Yes, for more like 30 minutes that night. So he couldn't have kidnapped Daisy at the same time we were talking.
But he could have kept you talking so someone else could take Daisy.
Yes, you can see why I lied. Can't you? I was afraid you'd suspect me of having something to do with it. You can understand that, can't you?
Suzanne, I want to believe you, but you've made it harder to find Daisy. Do you realize that?
Oh my god. What have I done?
What's most important is not what you've done, but what you do now. Go. I'll be back to talk to you. No more lies, Suzanne. For Daisy. No more lies. Noah. The name might lead us to that little girl. I am on this case now, whether my captain wants me to be or not. A card from the florist. It's signed N. What's in the glass case? Oh,
चश्मा का क्या करेंगे भाई?
An Eiffel Tower keychain, but no key. I expect Suzanne must have gone through a lot of tissues these past weeks. I expect Suzanne must have gone... Small jewelry box. By the size, I'm guessing earrings. Why put a key in a jewelry box? An Eiffel Tower keychain. But no, an Eiffel Tower
Romeo and Juliet. Okay. यही है वो कहानी ना जिसको कह रही है सुन के सो गई थी. Okay.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. A toy train. Now here at Lyon, in France. What a lovely looking city. That doesn't work.
Okay, इन्वेंट्री में देखा जाए की है. A small कहाँ लगेगा ये?
Can you tell me anything about Suzanne's boyfriend?
I know she dated our chauffeur for a while. There was someone else she'd met recently, but I don't recall his name.
The world through the eyes of a child seems so sweet. Know anything about Miss Moreau's boyfriend?
Her boyfriend? I know she went out with someone for a while there. More recently, I saw a man in a 4x4 who would pick her up on her nights off. He never got out of his car, just waited for her. She did seem to spend more time than usual on the phone these past few weeks, but she worked hard. We weren't going to begrudge her what free time she had. Since the abduction, she keeps pretty much to herself.
Okay, let's learn about more.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
Okay. 4x4 XUV.
These tire tracks could well be from Suzanne's boyfriend's 4x4. The detective gets it right.
The detective gets it right. Woohoo! Trace of 4x4. The tire track could be from his boyfriend he drives. This book looks like a locked diary. It's better have a peek inside. ये खुला क्यों नहीं यार वो डायरी? I need a key to open the book. A key should be in Miss Maru's personal belonging. I need to turn the key the other way to open the diary. Other way, पता नहीं क्या है.
Any idea what this small key unlocks?
No, I found it one day on the floor. I kept it in case someone lost it.
I imagine these flowers must have been beautiful. Who gave them to you?
The gardener. They're getting pretty wilted, but I hate to throw them away.
Tell me about your boyfriend. Have you been together long?
My boyfriend? Why? He doesn't have anything to do with this.
Please, Suzanne, the sooner you answer my question, the sooner we'll be done.
His name is Noah Garrity. I met him at a Lunar New Year party in Great Barrington. He is a kind and caring person, although, well, I miss him. He had to go away on business. He should be back.
हाँ बाहर है क्या ट्रेस की है चल चेक कर टायर का वो उधर नहीं जाने को मिलेगा हमको लग रहा है इधर ही कहीं होगा कोई साइन भी नहीं आ रहा है देखा जाए उधर भी नहीं जा सकते इधर भी नहीं जा सकते करना क्या है ट्रेस ऑफ 4x4 ये तो मिल गया डायरी खोलते हैं चलो ये खुलना तो चाहिए था वो अपने आप से खुल नहीं रहा है
That doesn't work. 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 That doesn't work.
खुल क्यों नहीं रहा भाई
I expect Suzanne must have gone through a lot of tissues these past weeks. I expect Suzanne must... An Eiffel Tower keychain, but no key.
ये एक ही बुक है यहाँ पे, ऊपर से वो खुल भी नहीं रहा, ये कैसा मतलब है यार? अब ले बाबा फिर उसी पोजीशन पे चला जा रहा है और उस साइड घूम नहीं रहा है, इस साइड।
That doesn't work.
ले वो खुल नहीं रहा ये तो।
Any idea what this small key unlocks?
No, I found it one day on the floor. I kept it in case someone lost it.
की क्यों खोल नहीं रहा है यार? खुल जाना चाहिए था उसमें। This book looks like a locked diary. I better peek inside. I need a key to open the book. The key should be in the midst of belonging. I need to turn the key the other way to open the door. तो कैसा other way भाई? हम घुमा के देख चुके हैं other way क्या हो रहा है? यार कसम से बहुत ज्यादा इरिटेटिंग हो रहा है ये सब, जब कुछ ज्यादा ही इसमें बुद्धि उद्धि लगा देते हैं सबसे सब। अरे सिंपल खुलना था अदर वे क्या भाई? इसमें कोई लॉक नहीं है, ये कहाँ से खुलेगा? यही एक
That doesn't work.
नीचे नहीं काम कर रहा, ऊपर नहीं काम कर रहा, बाहर नहीं काम कर रहा, अंदर की ओर हो नहीं रहा है।
That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
अच्छा रुको जरा,
That doesn't work.
अरे ऐसे भी नहीं खुल रहा, वैसे भी नहीं खुल रहा है।
That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
अच्छा ऐसे खुलेगा? ओ भाई साहब।
Okay, Suzanne. Let's see what you haven't told me.
पता नहीं कैसे कैसे खुला। February 9, 2019, the day at the park with no. I can tell he's opening up more and more with me. I chatted on and on about my job. I told him how much I liked the Armstrong, especially really. February 14, Valentine Day, Noah and I went to the Blue Lagoon, our favorite restaurant, for lunch. It was wonderful at first, but then something happened. Noah received a text message I don't know what it was, but he said we had to leave. He wouldn't say anything else. Instead, he went anyway, somewhere in the mountain. Finally, we arrived at the cabin in the middle of the nowhere. He told me to stay in the car. Not very romantic, but Noah gave me flower. He is usually very attentive, but despite everything, I felt it was more distant today. I hope he is well. I would like more pleasant.
I can see why Suzanne didn't tell me everything about this Noah. It's clear when he disappeared that she realized something was very wrong.
I read Miss Mosudai. There is an entry about a cabin in the woods. She and Noah visited Valentine's Day. It wasn't romantic. Noah had Miss Mons in the car. Okay, let's go talk to. चल भाई चल बात करते हैं. बॉयफ्रेंड के चक्कर में एक बच्चे किडनैप करवा दिया. कैसी लड़की है भैया. नौकरी हो गया, बॉयफ्रेंड हो गया, अदिति भैया दोनों गया.
Tell me about your boyfriend. Have you...
My boyfriend? He doesn't... He's...
Tread marks of a four-wheel drive vehicle were found outside the garden on the night of the kidnapping. Noah drives one, doesn't he? Where is he, Suzanne? If you know anything more about him, you have to tell me.
I know what you're thinking, but it's impossible. He was very nice to me. He never did anything to make me suspicious. We went out to eat, to the movies. Just like a normal couple. He's not the only man in the Berkshires who drives that kind of car.
You really didn't notice anything strange about Noah until he vanished?
He could get moody at times, as if he had a lot on his mind.
In your diary, you say that Noah took you to a cabin in the mountains on Valentine's Day.
You read my diary?
I'm sorry, but we have to find Daisy. We both want that. So yes, I looked in your diary.
You're right. He took me to a cabin in the woods. I waited for him in the car. He came out after a few minutes. He was very sweet and apologetic, but he never explained. We went back to the restaurant for dessert.
Did you ever go back to the cabin with him?
No, never.
So what made Noah drive all the way to a cabin in the middle of nowhere? He left her in the car. Why was he there? This is important. I know it is. I can use Suzanne's directions to the cabin and compare them to the map of the area I have in my car.
Find the location. Let's go. कार के अंदर मैप भी है. पुलिसिया. खोलो भैया खोलो. मैप माई मैप. खोलवा देखा जाए.
Thanks to the information Suzanne gave me, I should be able to find the cabin on this map.
Because I don't really remember the road, but I know that we left town, then crossed two bridge. Interact.
Not here.
Two bridge.
Place. That doesn't really match. Probably not here. That doesn't really match. That can't be the right place. Probably not here. That can't be the right place. That doesn't really match. Probably not here.
Something within past a cornfield. Okay, on the left. Then just trees and more trees. Finally we stop outside the cabin. ये सब घर है, कॉर्न फील्ड है,
Doesn't really match. That can't be the right place. Probably not here. That doesn't really match.
The city she came from is on the left. उसके बाद the cabin is in the column G, H or I. The cabin is on I4. अच्छा, फोर तो ये है.
I got it. The cabin has to be here. I
Okay.
have to find that cabin. I hope I'm not too late.
केबिन की ओर चले रे बाबा, केबिन की ओर.
Okay, here is this famous cabin. Let's investigate.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Nobody. I can't just waltz in without a warrant.
Hello?
Nobody. I can't just waltz in without a warrant. Noah brought Suzanne to this dump on Valentine's Day? What a romantic. That window is too high to see through. That barrel is sturdy enough. I could climb on it. If only I could see what's inside.
ओके भाई साहब, घुमा 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 घुमा. अरे वो कैट दिख रही है, कैट का टेडी बियर दिख रहा है भैया. लुटेरवा यहीं लेके आया था उस बच्ची को.
Empty wine bottles. Somebody has been here lately.
It's Daisy's plush toy. If Fluffy is here, the kidnapper has been here. I have to get inside this cabin.
Ugh, an old hunting trophy starting to molt.
I'm not getting through this door by wishing it open. The broom isn't sturdy enough to force the door. The broom isn't sturdy enough to force the door. The door is solid and the lock is new. I have to find a way to open this door. There's nothing but trees in that direction. I should focus on the cabin.
Yo!
Perfect for attacking doors.
चलो बेटा तोड़ा जाए अरे डोर पे ऐसे कौन रखता है पीछों से आग मारेगा तब
Look at that. A broken door to investigate. No need for a warrant. Some people seem to have played here before. The floor is scratched and worn in this area. The sofa must have been moved a lot.
देख रहे हो रास्ते के अंदर रास्ता है भैया मतलब घर के अंदर रास्ता
Damn, it's booby-trapped. If I move, it could go off, and that countdown tells me it wants to go off anyway.
The symbol on the three wheel must coincide with each other. 5 symbol does not match any symbol 5 does not match any of the wheel. The top wheel has a symbol 3 facing up. फूट गए खत्म सब डिटेक्टिव वर्क खत्म हो गया या
Since I'm telling this story to you, Mr. Poirot, you should be able to deduce I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I defused the bomb. That should do it. Wow, I wonder if that's how close it was. This would have ended my investigation right here. These rods are heading towards the canisters. It must be the trigger for the explosion. I smell a strong, sweet smell. Damn. I think these are filled to the brim with diethyl ether. Incredibly flammable. It looks like the kidnappers wanted to utterly destroy this place and whoever opened this hatch. A wooden crate? I have to open it. Oh no. Daisy.
Daisy मर चुकी होगी ना?
I called in my discovery of the body. Then there was nothing I could do except protect the site for forensics. The forensics team arrived an hour later, cordoned off the cabin with crime scene tape, and went to work, looking for physical evidence, fingerprints, testing for fluids, DNA, any clues science can uncover. They removed Daisy's body. The autopsy would take place in the morning. But I had one more stop to make.
Oh no!
That night, I swore to find the monster who killed that child.
अच्छा तो
Ratchet on train saw me? How? Daisy.
She was awake?
And then she collapsed again.
I take the responsibility. She was weaker than I realized.
Oh.
Lie still while I examine you. Pupils dilated?
I'm all right.
You are far from all right. You have been heavily sedated. Your pulse is very weak.
I have to finish my story. Ratchet can't escape again. Can't escape.
Have no fear of that, mademoiselle. Ratchet will not escape.
We must hear her story.
This woman needs rest. I will let you know when she is recovered enough to continue. But I warn you, it will be some time.
I understand, Doctor. Thank you.
I have completed my preliminary examination of the deceased. I think that it will interest you.
Indeed it will. And I have other witnesses to interrogate. You are right. Let's not put this poor woman in danger. There will be plenty of time for her to finish her story when she has recovered. By all means, tell me the results of your examination. I do not think that's the right answer.
American. Okay,
That's
okay,
the right
okay.
answer.
Well done, well done.
Can you estimate the time of death?
Rigor mortis was advanced, but not complete. I estimate the death occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning.
That tallies with the witness statements I've collected so far. What is the cause of death?
Multiple stab wounds to the upper torso. It's odd there are no signs of a struggle. That might indicate one of the first wounds was enough to kill him.
It seems that Monsieur Ratchet had taken sleeping pills during the night.
Ah, that would explain the lack of defensive wounds.
What can you tell me about the stab wounds?
I counted 12 in all. 1 or 2 are so slight as to be practically scratches. On the other hand, at least 3 would be capable of causing death. The angle of the wounds is instructive. Most appear to have been struck by a right-handed person. But you see, this one, under the right armpit, it's not a deadly blow given the depth, but a right-hander couldn't have done it. It was most certainly struck with the left hand.
So, our murderer is left-handed. No, it is more difficult than that, is it not?
As you say, Mr. Poirot, some of these other blows are just as obviously right-handed.
Could the assassin attack and then move the body for some reason before finishing?
Monsieur Poirot, I can assure you that the body has not been moved.
Well, then we are left with the hypothesis of a second murderer.
Do you see another explanation?
That is just what I am asking myself. Have we here a bizarre coincidence or what? Mr. McQueen and Mr. Masterman told me that Monsieur Ratchet didn't smoke. Can you confirm this?
I can't say without a more extensive post-mortem.
Thank you, Doctor. Excellent work under difficult circumstances.
भैया अब जाके पता चल रहा है एक से ज्यादा मर्डरर हैं, समझे? और हमको लग रहा है वही दोनों है ससुर सब.
Even a smoker might innocently turn me. Those I've questioned could. Yes, that's certainly a good place to start.
Ask conversation about.
I don't remember any conversations about smoking. Book doesn't smoke. Yes, I have personally seen some passengers smoking. I just have to remember who they were. Oh, this is no. I have. Yes, I suppose it's likely they will give me the list of who smokes what. That was easy. Et voilà.
Et voilà.
Captain Arbuthnot, I beg your pardon, but could you answer a few questions for me?
I'm grateful you found my ticket, Poirot, but now is not convenient.
I certainly didn't expect such a resistance. I need to be sure before accusing the captain. I need to be sure before accusing... Most of the passengers pass by the bar during the day. They eat, drink, write. Maybe I can use this information for my investigation.
Ooh. What is the best way to know if someone is right-handed or left-handed? Ask.
Fantastic. Yes, it could work. He appears to be an observant young man and serves the passengers regularly.
What is the best way to know if someone is right-handed or left-handed?
Well done. Yes, if I ask them to write something trivial, they may do it instinctively with their dominant hand.
How can you find who is left-handed? What is the best way to know if someone is right-handed or left-handed? Ask Mr. to keep track of left-handed. Remember a conversation with...
Nice. Yes, I will remember which people use their right or left hand. That was easy.
Haha, that was easy.
Mademoiselle Debenham, I have a few questions for you.
Of course.
Do you smoke by any chance?
No, I never have.
Do you own a scarlet nightgown?
No, it isn't mine.
Whose then?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You do not say, I have no such thing. You say, it isn't mine. Meaning that you know who it belongs to, am I correct?
Oh, I see. No. I woke up this morning about 5 a.m. with the feeling that the train had been standing still for a long time. I opened the door, and I saw someone in a scarlet kimono some way down the corridor. Her back was turned. It was impossible to see who it was.
I understand. Do you recall what time Mademoiselle Olsen went to get some aspirin from Madame Hubbard?
I remember glancing at the clock. She left our room just after 10:30 p.m.
Was she away for a long time?
About 5 minutes.
That confirms what Madame Hubbard told me. Would you mind writing your address on this paper for me?
Not at all.
That's it. Mademoiselle Debenham is right-handed. Let's start with your movements last night.
There's little to tell. I went to bed and slept.
Did you know the man who was killed?
I saw him for the first time during lunch yesterday.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, if I believed in auras, I might say he seemed dark.
Seemed dark?
Thank you for your assistance, mademoiselle.
ओके बहुत लोग से कन्वर्सेशन पूछना है गाइस और रात बहुत हो गई अपने कल सुबह स्कूल जाने का है तो हमको लगता है अपनी स्ट्रीम हमको यहीं बंद करनी पड़ेगी एंड थैंक यू अलॉट फॉर जॉइनिंग माय स्ट्रीम मैं कुछ ना कुछ करता हूँ कस्टम रूम बीजीएमआई कस्टम रूम के लिए गाइस ठीक है तो थोड़ा सा वेट कर लो ये साले सब पता नहीं हमको बता भी नहीं रहे ना कुछ मैसेज कर रहे हैं ना मेल का जवाब दे रहे हैं हमको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है क्यों ये बीजीएमआई ब्लू स्टैक पे क्यों नहीं चल रहा है गाइस बीजीएमआई ब्लू स्टैक पे नहीं चलेगा तो बहुत दिक्कत होगी मेरे लिए भी दिक्कत होगी फिलहाल अभी जो है उसके लिए हम कोशिश करते हैं कि बीजीएमआई हमारा चले और उसकी स्ट्रीम करें टूर्नामेंट करा सकें तो आज के लिए इतना ही गाइस बाय बाय हैव फन और मिलते हैं कल फिर से बाय बाय